was nothing before I lived here, and now there's everything. There was nothing, and then I existed, and then there was everything. I've already made 100? Nice. Okay. Let's see here. Probably need... Oh, I actually don't. I just need stators. It should be pretty easy. This is probably copyrighted. It's probably copyrighted. Oh no. I wish it wasn't copyrighted. Oh hey, can I blow this up? Nice! That's just to the same place I was, right? Most likely. No, I think it's a new farty place. Because that one's all the way over there. No, it's gotta be the same. Whatever. It's gotta be. Did the farts respawn? It definitely is. Yep. And they respawn. Does the big one respawn? Yeah, there he is. You can kind of hear it. It's fun. This is definitely getting copyrighted. Oh. Nice. They stretch. Nice. Cool. Oh, come on, really? Damn, I need plates. I forgot. I better just make a whole bunch of those right now. Isn't there some over here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, hello. Get a whole new one, huh? Shut up, dude. I know how we can fix this pretty quickly. Ah. So close. Happy now? What do I need, like 50? For 10?
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Somersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
I see. It seems we truly are building understanding.
Nice.
Strange things did happen, and a stranger would it be? Between that and midnight in the hanging tree.
It's really not that fast. Right over here. Doesn't get old. really don't think there's any coal near here. Except for that, which is taken. Except for that, which is taken. Damn, all the way over here? Hmm. 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 Bio coal? Wait, hold on. I can use biomass to make coal? I can make wood to make coal? Yeah, that's lame. I mean, I get it, but... Damn, look at all this stuff I need for coal. Steel... itself. Not to mention Cole Ballard. Ah, that sucks. Rotors. Excuse me. I didn't destroy them, I just... Okay. I was like, didn't I destroy those? But I didn't. Really. Set it off of other chains. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Awesome.
Hi, what a cute boy. Interested in my body, aren't you?
Not interested.
Oh, you're into that.
I like girls, but now it's about John. I like girls.
Oh, there. Damn. Really, even with maxed out Mark II, I guess it's impure. Motors. Nice. Do what we do because we must. Okay. The farts respawn. That sucks. Why is this so loud? These things are very loud. No way. That's pretty convenient. Only 4. How about pick that up? Makes me every time. definitely where I wanted it, for sure. If you would stop that, it automatically places the mouse right there every time. Okay. There it goes. Man, they need a lot of power. How many of these do I have? 3? 4. Man, I got 4 of these running. It's still not enough. Because the buffer's full. This one doesn't use buffer. It's fine. This one's fine. This one's fine. So we're good on water so far. Am I using both poles? Yeah, definitely. So he's so far around here. The compacted coal would be worth it, really. Probably be worth it to compact the coal over here, going into here. Maybe. So I'd rather use this for steel. And I'm definitely not at max yet. If I power these up with some slugs, I'll probably max out. Let's go. through it. Hey, my capacity's over my consumption. I just need a ton of slugs to put them in there and see if it eats all my coal. Which it probably will. Oh, now it reloads the stun. So I have to reset. It fucked up. Hmm. Fuck. in. What you doing in there, Merv? Huh? Okay. No way. Rubber? I can assure you that if you're watching this, this is so much more annoying for me than it is for you. God wills it.
Organs and veins are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Yeah, totally. I wish it would stay where I put it. okay, bro. Did he jump off? I think he did. Come on. Piss time. left me. Mustard potato salad. Very good. I'm better than regular. And for sure. Everything seems to be working, mostly. Halfway to phase 2. The smart wires will be easy. How far away am I from the... 500 still, that's crazy. Wait, did I want to do that? Whatever. These things were all off. Oh yeah. Which is funny because this go up, but suddenly it's not charging. Okay, it was waiting to charge. I see. Nope. So if production is at max consumption, it doesn't charge. Interesting. Yep. Alright, moment of truth. It's a whole bunch of rotors. Is it saving stators? That's good. Oh, wow. You can definitely pump that up. Boom! I really should have started making steel beams over there. This is never gonna get enough iron ore. I don't know how hard I try. I think it's up here. Oh shit! I can blow that up now. Murphy. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah. I wish if I was snapping it, it would snap. Yeah, like that. So the other way. You're such a good mother. I need the Mark III. This is very cave music. Can't pick it up from the elevator. Says I can make it here. But I think it's a lie. Yeah, it says I can make it at a crafting bench. Nope, it doesn't. I'm an idiot. Okay. Man, I really love those batteries. Man, I need nuclear power. It is not only used for gas masks. What? Oh, buildings. Yeah, it's used for something else. Oh, for tubes? Yeah, I did too. Nerd. You're such a good nerd. Alright. for a moment. Let's put that over there.
Things that he did. Yeah, I hope that the support for Ukraine will increase in the next few months and years in order to help Ukraine to win this war.
You mentioned that someone like Ryan Ralph, who you described as an idealist, you noted that sometimes an idealist can become a fanatic.
Yeah.
In staying in touch with him and speaking with him over the last couple of years, did you sense that he was becoming a fanatic?
No, that's why I was very surprised when I saw in the news what happened.
There's something really funny about this, because the guy who they're talking to right now interviewed this man, the suspect, and in that interview, Ryan had his hair dyed in the Ukrainian flag colors. So for him to just be like, I did not read him as weird guy, but good guy, is like, come on, man, you can agree with like Ukrainian emancipation and still
compared to the Power Pole Mark 1.
It'll be like, yeah, he was a bit of a fucking weirdo. Like, I don't understand why we're just doing this read where it's like, no, he seems like a perfectly normal guy who loves Ukraine a lot. Like, how the fuck did none of the journalists, how did none of the journalists that were in contact with this guy go, yeah, this dude was a nutcase, bro? Like, how? He was. What the fuck?
Recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
saw that he was open to do some, let's say, not so legal things. You mentioned a few minutes ago his attempts to, he's trying to get some people from...
Like, for all anyone's criticisms might be of the way that they operate in Ukraine, like, they saw him and were like, no, dog, you can't have a weapon. Okay? Because they recognized this dude is mentally unwell. So why are like Western or Western adjacent journalists being like, nah, he was like a totally normal dude? Like, there's obviously a reason where the motherfucking Foreign Legion, which is desperate for bodies, looked at this man and was like, you cannot be trusted with a weapon, okay? You obviously cannot be trusted with a fucking weapon, dude. They straight up was like, yeah, nah, dog, we're good, I think. No, we're good. In 2022, they probably had enough people. No, they didn't. No, they were still looking for help. Like, the bar for, like, the bar for refusing someone's, like, help in this situation is, you know, refusing someone's help, you gotta be really, really fucking, like, you gotta be putting out the weirdest vibes, okay? There was a Ukrainian chatter in the chat who was like, I'm Ukrainian and this guy cares about Ukraine more than I do. Like, he was a little bit out there, to say the least, okay?
Other countries to join to the Foreign Legion in Ukraine, but in doing so, he was open to do some illegal things. He asked me also to do some not so legal things, and of course I didn't accept such kind of things. So he was open to do, for a good cause, to do bad things for a good cause.
Can you elaborate on that beyond trying to bring in, you know, other foreigners to fight for Ukraine? What else was he suggesting, and even suggesting that you do?
Yeah, he suggested something that anyway I couldn't do and I'm not able to do and I don't want to do, to help some people get the transit visa through Romania to Ukraine. But of course I rejected this without question, without any other word.
Was there anything that he was suggesting that was of a violent nature?
No. That's why he said that he would
going
die,
to war in Ukraine
he would
is
die
not
for
a
Ukraine, or
violent
he
nature.
would sacrifice himself for Ukraine. And it's true that there is a risk in Ukraine. Every
Bro,
day is a...
Bro, this is the problem. Like, liberals don't read, like, we should nuke Moscow as, like, an inherently violent statement. That's the problem. That's why they're like, no, he was just, like, totally fucking non-violent guy. It's like, no, like, people who are predisposed with human rights understandably see the wrong that Russia is committing, okay? Understandably recognize the wrong and the great evil actions of the Russian forces by invading Ukraine, by killing a shit ton of people. But, like, when your retaliation is like, yeah, let's fucking nuke Moscow, it's like, okay, but that's an unhinged thing to say. And many people do say it, and I think that's why it's like so normalized in terms of like how commonplace this kind of attitude is. But like automatically, when a guy says that, you're like, I don't know if he's like all there.
The risk in Ukraine. There is a saying that it states that you never know if your name is written on the next missile or drone there in Ukraine. But he has no military training. That's why I wonder how he thought that he can shoot someone. I understood that he had a gun because he has no military training. So that's why he he was unable to join to the International Legion.
Was he, when he wasn't allowed to join, did he talk to you about that? About how, I mean, was he disappointed? Was he upset? How would you describe that?
In that interview that I did with him in June 2022, he told me that he is unable to join International Legion because he has no military experience, no military skills. So it's in that interview. So I wonder how he thought that he can do something with a weapon. So I don't know details. I don't know how skillful is he, but I suppose he's not so well skilled in this in using a weapon.
What?
Remister, really appreciate your insight.
Bro said lame ass he didn't have the fucking background to be able to successfully pull off this assassination. That's wild. All I'm saying is, in the midst of an ongoing invasion, understand that the Ukrainian military looked at this guy and was like, nah, we're good, dog. Like, they didn't even put him in a like a civilian position. Like, his contacts with the Foreign Legion are not official. He presented it as such, but it turns out he wasn't even like officially connected to any kind of like civilian liaison officer position within the Foreign Legion. Like, they literally were like, I'm good, man. So overall, I think it's funny that like people are making it seem like he didn't like read as like a total nut job. Obviously, I don't condone his action. However, they don't seem to know his Ukrainian soldiers would follow him to their end. His Afghan fighters are at his beck and call, and his friends in Taiwan are awaiting his orders. Wouldn't be shocked if he's just pretending to be detained right now, as his squad could easily free him at any moment. They're playing with fire, and CNN just lit the match. Stay strong. You are our hero, Ryan. I love QAnon LARPing for fucking Ryan Ruth.
From reaction from Washington to senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, we just heard President Biden speak a few moments ago. What did he say?
Lindsay, President Biden said that he thanked God that the former president was okay, and he also said that it was clear that Secret Service needs more resources, and he thought that Congress should respond to the need in the coming weeks. When asked specifically what it was, whether it was personnel or more money for other things, he said personnel. And so the president speaking out for the first time after the second assassination attempt on the former president as he was heading to Philadelphia.
Yeah, God forbid they ever feel scared of like likely gun violence, even for a brief moment. Holy shit. Imagine if they lowered themselves to the standard of like a fucking teacher at a public school, you know?
Yeah,
or
totally. Those things are totally
child
just
going
the
to
same.
kindergarten.
Yeah. As if it's
Imagine.
not the FBI
Yeah,
allowing
that feeling is
school
reserved
shootings
for
to
school
happen
kids
to try
in
to
this
get
country,
Americans
not presidents
to
or
not
former
be allowed to
presidents
have
or
guns.
current presidents or people running for
Totally,
president.
bro.
Those are God's chosen people. If you're like an average American, though, yeah, sucks to suck. Gun violence is a reality for you. It's gonna happen at a certain point in your life. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
I'm wondering, and I'm going to go ahead and ask our control room if we have that sound now. Can we go ahead
Just
and play
conveniently don't talk about any black gun crime. It's always white dudes trying to kill the president,
okay.
right, guys?
I think we got a full report so far. We're down there tonight. But one thing I want to make clear, the service needs more help. And I think the Congress should respond to their needs if they in fact need more services. So that's what we're going to be talking about.
Are you concerned more money in this environment? They need more personnel, they need more money. What kind of help do you think?
I think we need some more personnel. I think they may need, deciding whether they need more personnel or not.
So, Ouija, this is, we heard from a statement from the White House. Now we're hearing from the president. Do you expect that we may hear from this, for example, when he's in Philadelphia today?
Well, he could bring it up. I mean, he just talked about it, and he's going to Philadelphia for a totally separate event addressing the Nationally Historic Black Colleges meeting.
I want to reiterate that I don't think that Trump needs more Secret Service clearance, or I mean, a Secret Service security, because he's not the current president. He's the former president.
Bro, he's getting shot at,
I
you
wanna
fucking
also state that
retard.
if it were up to me, I'd lower his current security.
Whoa,
Okay?
you want him to die.
Because it's far
Ooh,
too
edgy.
costly. I'm a small government conservative,
Edgy.
as you guys know.
Yeah,
I don't
totally.
believe
Good
in
one, dude.
spending. Okay?
You're a libertarian, just like the mass shooter.
I don't believe in all this extra spending. I think
What
that
an edgy joke. What an edgy boy you
it is
are.
abhorrent. We need to trim the
Such
fat.
an edgy boy.
Okay, I don't believe that the taxpayers should fund Donald Trump's golf outings.
Yeah, so true.
Just because he
King.
feels the need that he's gonna fucking golf. Okay. I don't know. Call me controversial, but I think there's
Yeah,
better
good
uses
one.
for that
I
money.
like how you took the extreme
Like
of one
giving
side
it to
to
Israel.
justify the extreme on the other side. It's very
That's what
funny.
I think we should be doing.
Never heard anybody do that before. I know, right, Maria?
I'm a small government conservative. I don't think Trump deserves the extra funding. I think Israel deserves it. They're the most moral nation on earth. Ukraine deserves it? No, 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 no. No. If we give that money to Ukraine, then you're teaching the shooter the worst lesson. You should instead give it to Israel. Whenever there's any sort of extra money in the couch, you know, in between the couch cushions, I think about how I'll donate it to the state of Israel, the beautiful state. Yeah.
And so I guess there's a chance he could bring it up again, but he tends to like to separate, you know, issues unless he hasn't spoken on it already and it's new. So because he made these remarks, it's hard to say, but probably not, because he's addressing, you know, college students and about historically black colleges around the country. So I'm not.
So this wasn't actually an assassination attempt, right? Media just saying that as a clickbait? No, dog. It what? Yeah, it was. Like he didn't get anywhere near it, but I mean, I think it definitely was. Now, if I was his lawyer, I wouldn't recognize that. If I was his lawyer, I'd say this is a law-abiding citizen who was exercising his Second Amendment rights. Who the fuck are you to tell him he's not able to do that? But if we're being serious, like, yeah, no, I think he's a fucking insane crank. He's an insane crank who was like hyper-focused on Ukraine, who probably wanted to attempt to shoot and kill him. Because in his mind, I think he was like, Trump is in the way of the thing that I care about the most, which is defending Ukraine. So he was like, I'm gonna go and take matters into my own hand.
Not sure, but this is obviously going to be an ongoing issue with so many mounting questions about how this could happen again. And the vice president also released a statement saying that she condemns any political violence and that she's just deeply disturbed by what unfolded.
It's awesome because Trump is such a bitch. Look, the rhetoric lies as exemplified by the false statements made by Comrade Kamala Harris during the rigged and highly partisan ABC debate and all of the ridiculous lawsuits specifically designed to inflict damage on Joe's, then Kamala's political opponent, me, has taken politics in our country to a whole new level of hatred, abuse, and distrust. Because of this communist left rhetoric, the bullets are flying. And it will only get worse, allowing millions of people from places unknown. I love that he couldn't, even for the sake of this tweet, dial back the unhinged violent rhetoric. Like, he couldn't even, to make a fucking point, to make a goddamn point, just not say the quiet part out loud again. And he just could not stop himself. Immediately he's like, the rapists! Violent communist Kamala! Bringing in rapists! They're raping our daughters! Like, immediately. It has nothing to do with the conversation, dumbass. Our borders must be closed. The terrorist, criminals, and mentally insane immediately removed from American cities and towns, deported back to their countries. Oh my God. They're stealing our jobs and our wealth. The world is laughing at us. We cannot let them laugh any longer. Make America great again. It's like, bro, you can't be like, how are you not aware of what you sound like at all? Trump and Biden spoke again. Joe Biden and Donald Trump spoke this afternoon after the second assassination attempt on the former president, per sources familiar with the call. Am I getting in on the Mar-a-Lago Twitter Spaces shit? Abso-fucking-lutely. Here's what Brandon had to say. Here's what pussy-ass Brandon had to say about the second time. By the way, the first time it happened, obviously he got like grazed at least, so there was a lot more interest in it. Second time, it's like barely a mention. By the third time, we're not even gonna cover it in the news. I swear to God. They're like, ah, boring. It happened already. He survived. Who gives a shit?
Again, I want to make a quick reference. The attempted assassination against our former president in Florida yesterday. I commend the Secret Service for the expert handling.
Like, this is a totally, this time there's no like addressing the state. You know what I mean? By the third time, he's literally just gonna be like, ah, whatever. It happens all the time. Third time, he's gonna pardon the guy immediately. Fuck it, YOLO.
In the situation, and the former president is protected from harm, and the subject is in custody. An acting head of the Secret Service is in Florida today, assessing what happened and determining whether any further adjustments need to be made to ensure the safety of our former president. Let me just say, there is no, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, those of you who know me, many of you do, no place in political violence for political violence in America. None. Zero. Never. I've always condemned political violence. I always will in America. In America, we resolve our differences peacefully at the ballot box, not at the end of a gun. America suffered too many times the tragedy of an assassin's bullet. It solves nothing and just tears the country apart. We must do everything we can to prevent it and never give it any oxygen. Folks, now to today's event.
And we have new details on the suspect in the second assassination attempt against former President Trump. The sheriff who pulled him over is speaking out, describing him as oddly ambivalent.
I was at the scene, and he had a very, very kind of detached, flat facial affect. Like, it wasn't bothering him. And I was immediately suspicious. I thought, yeah, this is probably the guy. How does this guy get to a fence with a tactical rifle and a sight on it, and get a bead on the former president of the United States?
Guys, stop saying he's drunk, okay? He's a Florida sheriff. He has to be. It's fucked up. It's his culture, sweetie. You guys are being annoying, dude. He has to be drunk on the job. It's just the natural state of a Florida sheriff. What's next? You're gonna get mad at him for doing a hate crime? What has become of this country? We used to be a nation. A beautiful nation where Florida sheriffs could do hate crimes and drive drunk.
What the fuck is
and
Hassan
now,
talking
people
about?
get
man?
mad when you see a Florida sheriff
Jesus
slurring his
Christ.
speech and shit. It's like fucked up. I'm skipping this part. I don't even want to see it.
They recovered a GoPro camera. They recovered bullet deflecting plates, and those plates were hanging on the fence. So we saw that in the images they released last evening. New reaction, Wall Street Journal editorial board. They say, quote, the failure of another assassination attempt against Donald Trump on Sunday, the second in 2 months, is a great relief, but also another warning about our deranged politics. Kayleigh McEnany with us now. Bit of commentary on what she's observing. Good morning to you on this Monday. How do you piece this together, Kayleigh?
Yeah, look, you know, when I see that Wall Street Journal piece, I think people on both sides of the aisle need to stop back and reflect before they send out any sort of message on social media. Does this add to the politically caustic time we're in or detract from it before sending out a message on either side? I only hold the shooter responsible for his actions. That being said, the 2 assassination attempts have come against former President Trump, both of them. Really unprecedented to see this. And then in the immediate aftermath, you have someone like Rachel Venman, whose husband was the Trump impeachment witness for the first one. She comes out and says, no ears were harmed, carry on with your Sunday afternoon. You've lost touch with humanity. And then when I think back more broadly.
Bro, this isn't like, dude. We're not talking about like a black grandmother
7
who works at a fucking poll station. You know what I mean? Because Donald Trump has actually invited a shit ton of fucking harm to those people, and nobody gives a fuck. But those are average people. We're talking about Donald Trump, the president, okay? Former president.
Bro, jokes are jokes. Everybody invokes
like
harm
when
to
people
everything, literally.
meet his standard
too long
and refuse to reckon with like how this kind of violence is happening to someone like Donald Trump, when he has brought about this kind of violence for normal people on a regular fucking basis as the former president. Like, you can't turn around and be like, wow, we got to stop this violent rhetoric. Donald Trump hasn't stopped this violent rhetoric. Since the second assassination attempt, he's probably tweeted even more times with violent rhetoric than the last one.
No, he hasn't.
Like, what are we talking about? The times Trump has advocated for violence from Axios, May 2nd, 2022.
You're literally lying.
This is the direct cause for violence, mind you.
If you believe hook, line, and sinker, things that have been said about President Trump, you believe that he wants a national abortion ban, that he is against IVF, you believe that he's for Project 2025, that he wants a bloodbath, that he called neo-Nazis fine people, all of those fact-checked as false. But then you see Hakeem Jeffries, 2 hours after this incident, tweet out, extreme MAGA Republicans are the party of a national abortion ban in Trump's Project 2025. He then puts out a statement condemning this. But then this morning is right back to Project 2025 language. We all need to look at our rhetoric.
Yo. This is not gonna work. I mean, Democrats are fucking cowards. They're cowards of the highest order, but like, to demand that they stop campaigning against Donald Trump is so insane. Like, how comfortable are you? How entitled are you, dude? It's wild to me. Also, speaking of violent rhetoric, Elon Musk literally was like, why isn't anybody assassinating Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Yeah, because he wasn't deliberately
was
talking
awesome.
about exactly what
I mean,
just happened.
great
like,
job, sir. Keep posting. He deleted the tweet. I, much like many other people, of course, called it out. I said, this man is a defense contractor. Obviously, every single person was like, what the fuck are you saying? Elon Musk, a defense contractor, a multi-billionaire, literally fucking said, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala. That's so insane that that's like the type of shit I would tweet. You know? That's something I would tweet, dog. You can't tweet that. Like, you're Elon Musk, dude. Are you fucking insane?
Elon Musk. You're Elon Musk.
And for the record, like, if I tweeted some shit like that, I would absolutely get a fucking visit from the authorities. Okay?
Elon Musk.
So he deleted the tweet, and then this was his excuse. Turns out that jokes are way less funny if people don't know the context and the delivery is plain text. Yeah. And no one is even trying to assassinate Biden Kamala. I would, even his dick riders are like, I would reconsider this post, sir. Shit's getting out of hand. We need to unite. No one has even tried to do so is the point I'm making, and no one will. He fucking doubled down on it. Like, what do you mean? It's not a joke.
So did you, Hassan. You just made the joke. Like
Yeah, he got a call from
like
the
this is what he
not the
does,
FBI, Secret
right?
Service,
He
most likely,
makes
or
the
maybe
joke.
the
He just
FBI.
said something worse than.
No one has even tried to do so.
Elon
Maybe delete
does,
the
right?
post and reword it. Seems that people like
Oh, but he's not a
misinterpreting your
defense
obvious intent.
contractor, so it's okay. As long as you do an
Fair enough.
inverted
I don't want to
joke,
do what they
right,
have
where
done,
you
even in
pretend
jest.
to be the other guy. Oh, I'm just pretending to be the other side.
Turns out my
I'm
jokes
just
are
the other
way
side
less
of
funny
shit.
if people don't know the context of delivery is plain text. Well, one lesson I learned from this is just because I say something to a group and they laugh doesn't mean it's going to be all that hilarious as a post on X. Yeah. Random guy says this, he immediately gets a fucking door knock. Okay? Elon Musk says this, they maybe gave him a phone call, but he probably did get a phone call to be like, are you serious right now? Megaphonics, this is not your opportunity to send me all the previously deleted Elon Musk tweets, okay? We're done with the Elon Musk portion of this conversation. Let's get back to Fox
On both
News.
sides, not perpetuate mistruths, because we are in a very dangerous time.
We are. Let's talk a little bit of politics then. The ABC News poll that came out yesterday showed a little bit of an upswing for Harris at 52-46. And then asking who won the debate, ABC News poll 58-36 as well on that front. But President Trump still up in the swing states, or at least within the margin of error. And in talking to undecided voters who will decide the election, they thought that Trump won, or at least they did on the economy, and that's their most important issue. So what should we...
That's crazy. Undecided voters also thought Kamala Harris won the debate. The only issue that people thought Trump won the debate on was the economy. And even then, it was by very slim margins. That's so funny.
We make of all this.
You know, I think back to these personal anecdotes that are outlined in the New York Times of voters, and one such came from a woman named Judith. She was about a mile outside of the Harris event in Pennsylvania on Friday, and she said, I thought Harris did a wonderful job in the debate, but I need to know more about where she stands economically. This is a woman who works for the school bus system, makes $7.25 an hour. Her rent went from $675 to $1,000, and she finds herself supporting President Trump because of the economy. When you have a universe in that ABC poll of 3% persuadable likely voters, only 3%, on the margins things matter. The economy is in Trump's column, and you have to wonder, when is the game changer moment for Kamala Harris coming? The polls are razor thin. She had her big...
The funniest part about this is, like, this represents a failure of Trump's like bare minimum campaign strategy on all fronts. The fact that the economy is supposed to be a winning issue for him, and like he can't coherently put together a solid agenda or even point to the failures of the Kamala Harris administration, Joe Biden Kamala Harris administration, is a perfect demonstration of like how these guys have forgotten how to fucking run. Because why? Because they're too busy yelling about like the most unhinged thing you've ever heard of in terms of immigrants.
Bro, it's literally happening. See, they're just going on the fake news gambit. over and over and over again.
That's
My
the
side has
problem.
real news. Your side
The
has
problem
fake
is,
news. Like,
they
there's
are
no compromise
so
whatsoever.
invested in their
It's
fucking
actually
little
unreal.
hug box on Twitter.
And they call it a hug box.
That they have deluded themselves into thinking that, like, saying Sig Heil and saying that, like, immigrants are vermin and parasitic.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're
is actually going to
saying.
be
Yeah,
great
absolutely.
for the election. Like, that's the
God, he's
only
such a
thing you need to
disingenuous
harp
piece of
on.
Shit liar. He's doing You know what the funniest thing is
It
that
is
he's hated on
completely
Destiny
ridiculous. Like, bro,
so much.
run a normal
And here he
campaign,
is doing
dude. Run a
exactly
normal fucking
what Destiny
campaign.
does. Exactly what Destiny
That's nutty.
Biggest audience at the DNC night 4, her biggest audience in the debate, 67 million people. When is she going to get another audience like that? Maybe never.
That's a good question. We'll see whether or not they go back and forth in this debate. This is a Fox News update now on what we're hearing from the former president. He spoke with Fox.
Yeah. The former president spoke. He said at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and Americans should no longer have to pay $6 to avoid the top of the hour ad break. It was $5 under my presidency. It's $6 under Brandon's. You decide. Well, luckily for all of you, it's actually September, so it's 30% off.
Actually,
you can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Why is it so busted? I really don't get it.
Fox Digital a moment ago, and he blames Biden and Harris's rhetoric, Haley, for causing him to be, quote, shot at. He went on to say, let me get the quote here, guys. He, Ralph, believed the rhetoric of Biden and Harris, and he acted on it. Their rhetoric is causing me to be shot at when I'm the one who is going to save the country, and they're the ones that are destroying the country, both from the in.
Leave capitalistic socialism in 2024. What is capitalistic? Okay, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Did anything change about the things that I'm saying for you? Yeah, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I'm a capitalist, Chink. You know, there you go. Just like my goat, Charlie. All right, 2 base. Yeah, there you go. So now, do you agree with the things that I'm saying? Did anything change about what I was advocating for? No. Okay. Well, let's
Inside
move on.
and out. They are the opposite. These are people that want to destroy our country, adding that it's called the enemy from within. They are the real threat, end quote. So really yesterday it was thank the Secret Service. You guys did a great job. I'm okay. Thanks for your support. And today it is much different after meeting with the acting Secret Service director this past hour.
I think he should question their rhetoric. Again, I only hold the shooter responsible for their actions, but I do wonder why there has not been more of a forceful condemnation. Both of them put out statements condemning this. We heard that chopper talk from President Biden. But after the last attempt, he gave an Oval Office address 24 hours later. That met the moment. Why is he not doing that now? Kamala Harris did not mention this in the DNC, did not mention the assassination attempt in the debate. I would love to see her mention this on the campaign trail. Let's all lower the rhetoric. I don't know that their response has really met the moment this time around, despite condemnations of paper statements, Twitter, and chopper.
That would be a powerful moment if she were to go.
He said, let the chopper do the talking. That's right.
Go to a microphone today and say,
yes,
she might.
She may.
She also has the power to convene. And I said this the last time.
It's pretty funny. It's like they have nothing, dude. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Yeah, they have
They
nothing.
have literally nothing. They're like,
They have
oh,
nothing.
why didn't
Like a
Kamala
guy
Harris
trying to
talk
kill
about
the
Donald Trump
president
almost being
twice.
assassinated at the DNC? It's like, really? That's the best talking point you have? This is why I mean, like, if it was like a Haitian dude or some shit, like, oh my God, they would be doing the media circus, right? If it's like a non-white guy, God forbid, if it's like a non-white man, okay, holy fuck, you'll see what the talking points actually are. You'll see what a successful media strategy to weaponize the assassination attempt looks like then. But because it's a fucking white guy, they got nothing. Okay, it's a white guy, former Trump Republican, now never Trumper, second time a fucking lifelong Republican or a registered Republican voter has shot at or tried to shoot at the fucking former Republican president. But ultimately, they can't do the tone down the narrative, tone down the rhetoric shit, because they're the fucking violent rhetoric party. They also can't talk about gun control because they are the no gun control party. They are the gun violence party. So it's like such an awful way for something that is otherwise supposed to be helpful for your electoral chances to happen to Donald Trump over and over again, where he just cannot use this
Is it the top of the hour already? Did I miss your chat?
To improve his political outcome. The example that I used was like, I don't know, if like Kamala Harris is fucking, if Kamala Harris was like attacked by a migrant or something, right? Not to say that like migrants are inherently violent.
It may
right?
seem like
Obviously,
I'm
that's
hate
not the
watching
case.
Hassan, but that's because it is. But I hate watch all the people I hate. As in I watch them. Oh, Jimmy Dore's live, so
people would be like, "You deserve it. You did."
This moron. That's how they do MK programming. They use Star Wars and stuff.
Every movie you ever saw, this is it.
You know, the Ukrainians and the rest of the world are caring and kind and generous and unselfish and take care of one another. And it's just a matter of, you know, we need to stand up for that. That is the most important thing in the world, is just to show human beings that we're kind and we're caring and that we take care of one another and that the world is united so that we feed each other and make sure that, you know, we all move forward as one collective whole unit. So, you know, we feel the pain
this goes up there.
One country's failure and their conflicts, and we enjoy the successes of other countries that are doing good, and we all work together. And for some reason, Russia does not grasp this concept that we're all one unit.
Russia is the country that does it. The United States that just obliterated Iraq, occupied Afghanistan for 20 years, turned Libya, the most successful country in Africa, into a failed state with open slave markets and terrorists running the place. Everybody had health care, education, and housing. But nobody has any of that anymore. But Syria, Barack Obama dropped more bombs in Syria. He ran out of bombs. We're still occupying a third of that country right now. But this guy's childlike understanding is that Ukraine good, Russia bad. United States is, by the way, on the good side of that. What do you want to say?
So I just texted you this article. It's from 2015. Ryan Routh, 36, was arrested without incident.
Oh, I got that. It's coming up.
Roofing. Oh,
that's coming up. That's in here. Yeah, watch this.
We have to get along and work together and be normal human beings. This is 2022. We have to work together.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting. I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
Basic moral values that are required by human beings these days. It blows my mind.
It blows my mind that someone can have such a childlike understanding of world politics. The idea that somehow the United States is the good guy and Russia's the bad guy. You know, that half the world is siding with Russia in this conflict. Did you know that? It's the half of the world that's siding with us is the West. The rest of the world siding with Russia, including India.
Jimmy, it's like responding to Squeaky Fromm saying that Manson is good.
Yeah.
It's like trying to explain that. Like, he went through the program. No one's going to tell me he didn't. Look at his hair. That's what they do. He goes black and white thinking. They all get this weird, like, what do you call it? Subconscious effect where the cognitive dissonance makes them make their hair funny. That guy talks like he's been in the program. And I'll bet you he has. In fact, I would say CIA guilty till proven innocent every time I see one of these nutbags.
And what are you doing here?
What are you doing in Ukraine? They ask him. Newsweek.
My initial goal was to come fight. I think, you know, everybody around the globe should be motivated to come here and support the Ukrainians and support the army, no matter what gender, age, anything. Everybody should be here supporting the army. But I'm 56, so initially they were like, well, I have no military experience, so they're like, you're not an ideal candidate. So they said, not right this minute. So plan B was to come here to Kyiv and promote getting more people here. You know, we need thousands and thousands and thousands of people here fighting with the Ukrainians. We need, you know, we've got 190 countries around the world, and we need thousands from all of them. If the
Yeah, except half those countries aren't on board with the Europe. So I guess half the country. Anyway, so this 56-year-old who's too old to fight wants to talk you into dying for a country that thinks of you basically as a kitchen match. Really? Well, at least he looks like the voice of reason, doesn't he? And so here's
his handlers want you to do that. That guy is
That's
like,
right.
he's yelling at a mentally crippled person.
So here's what I said. This is Donald Trump's assassin attempt suspect, Ryan Wesley Routh. He's a zealot for the Ukraine war because he's been fully propagandized and radicalized by corporate media to support the war. He has zero idea what the war is actually about. His mind is very childlike. It's a battle of good versus evil, just like the corporate news told him. That's how propaganda works. That's why I warned people at the Young Turks about pushing Russiagate uncritically. It would lead to a war and brainwash guys like this. He has no idea what the war is actually about. So when Trump and RFK say they want to end the war, he thinks the moral thing to do is assassinate Trump. This is the direct result of corporate news and independent news repeating pro-war CIA talking points uncritically. Nobody in corporate news will ask, where was he radicalized? If you watch the video, it's clear he's been radicalized by corporate news right here in the United States. And Aaron Mate also makes that point. Ryan Routh, the would-be Trump shooter, is a fanatical supporter of the U.S. proxy war in Ukraine and claims to have recruited mercenaries to fight in it. MSNBC just interviewed John Brennan. They missed an opportunity to ask him about his critical role as CIA chief during the U.S.-backed Maidan coup of 2014 in triggering the proxy war that Ralph fought in and undoubtedly wants to see continue.
Nice.
Hey, look, if you're a borderline suicidal, directionless loser with no future and nowhere to go, now you've got a hero to lead you to nowhere. If you've enjoyed MK Ultra, you'll love MK Ultra Plus in Ukraine. So here he is. This is Primo Radical tweets out. This is your brain on MSNBC. This is this guy. Blinken, we need you. We need your armed Patriot systems and MiG jets and all the nuclear weapons and missiles taken from Ukraine. We, the civilians, must defend. And so this is him screaming about wanting more war in Ukraine. That's what your brain looks like on MSNBC.
It's on MSNBC. It's on MSNBC.
But
He's a wind-up to it. He's been arrested dozens of times. How would he even be in the position he's in? They let him out of prison. Or they didn't have him in prison like Manson. They always let him out. Someone wanted him out there doing what he's doing.
Well,
someone wanted him out here doing this. It's not on him. He is a wind-up vegetable artichoke.
Well, he looks like the perfect spokesperson to recruit for the Ukraine war because he looks like the stepdad that shared drugs with you while he was banging your mom. That's what he looks like.
He sounds like the guy that pinned JFK further on, right? That guy was like, fair play for Cuba, and he ran off to fucking Russia, right? He talks like that. He's a pacifist.
Do you think? What do you think the odds are that all the shitlibs are going to riot, demanding he be let out of prison, like the Israelis did to the people the guards that were raping them?
Jeez.
And by the way, if you still are pushing Russiagate, I hate to tell you, this is what you look like.
Yeah, you are that. You're a programmed imbecile.
You're
That's
that
what
guy.
A programmed imbecile does.
You look like
that guy's got more of an excuse because he had CIA handlers.
That's
If
right.
you just watch MSNBC, you got no excuse. You're a moron.
So here's the kind of stuff he would tweet out. Real Donald Trump. While you were my choice in 2016, I and the world hoped that President Trump would be a different and better than the candidate. But we all were greatly disappointed, and it seems you are getting worse and devolving. Are you retarded, he says. I will be glad when you are gone. Wow.
We all were greatly disappointed, he said. Are you retarded?
So, isn't that amazing? So he's concerned one of our leaders might have a mental defect. Okay, right. Anyway, man with gun barricades himself inside business. That's from Greensboro.com. This is December 18th, 2015, 2002. Yeah. But it's updated January 24th, 2015. So it says, an armed man was arrested Monday morning after barricading himself in a business during a 3-hour standoff.
I see.
Ryan Ralph. That's who it was.
Yeah. He was well known for getting into armed confrontations with the police.
With the police.
Going back to the 80s, according to this officer from Greensboro Police Department. So how is that guy walking around in a position to do anything? You know anybody else that can do that?
So he was pulled over about at 10 p.m. Sunday during a traffic stop, but he put his hand on a firearm and drove to United Roofing, where he remained barricaded inside, police said. Wow. Wow. Here, there's more. Routh was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and possession of a weapon of mass destruction, referring to a fully automatic machine gun. He had a fully automatic machine gun. He was also charged with resisting, delaying, and obstructing a law enforcement officer and driving while license was revoked. So, do you have anything else to add to this, Kurt?
Well, I think he's an asset used over and over. Once they get old, what's the harm? You can send it to that Ukraine bullshit, and then you can pop his murder Sirhan program. If he dies, good. He's 56. So what do you think they do with their old slaves when they're done? They try to use them as crash dummies, or they kill them, or they do something to them at a good old Bohemian Grove. But that stuff's real, and you're looking at it right now, and you're going to see it a lot more. And all the people are snitching that were in these programs. That's why I know this stuff.
So here's the interesting thing. Trump's golf outing was a last-minute decision, sources say. Well, then how did that guy know that Trump would be there golfing? That's interesting, isn't it? I think that's interesting. That's very interesting. That's all I'm going to say. Elon Musk, why are so many people raging for the machine? He tweeted that out yesterday. Max Blumenthal, why did you suspend Ryan Roth's account, and which national security agency compelled you to do so? Also, did you have access to his direct messages?
Good question. Great question.
Great question.
Yeah.
Who directed you to do that, and do you still have access to his DMs? Of course he does.
Well, luckily, Ian Carroll, a bunch of people saved all this guy's stuff. We don't see them, unfortunately. I bet they don't look good for the system.
So here, speaking of Ian Carroll, is this evidence that Trump's assassin was a CIA asset? It's still early. Don't jump to any conclusions.
Too late, I did. Too late, I assumed guilty of something.
So Kurt is jumping. I'm going to hold.
Why would I hesitate to jump to that conclusion? Is everyone stupid? Why would you think it's anything but that unless you don't know anything? Well, it's what it is.
The only thing
they do it a lot.
The only thing is they didn't kill him. They
don't have to. He's a Fruit Loop. Well, you don't have to kill him. It's great that the guy, the 74-year-old man that had no history of anything, that shot that president of Slovakia, that's another one of those. Oh. They made a bunch of them. They get Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien. I thought she was a crazy lady until I found out she testified before Congress, and they classified it. So that means guilty. So yeah, I'm jumping on it. I'm jumping to conclusions. But I'm not yelling at Ian. That guy did great work.
Yeah. So here's what Ian actually found out.
So the new Trump assassin just dropped, and there's some spicy details already. Ryan Routh, very strange guy who's lived a very strange life. And this time, the internet was wise and archived all of his socials as much as possible before the FBI took it all down. So here's some basics on what we know about him, and one really interesting rabbit hole about who he might be. Right off the bat though, it's super early. This is all speculative. Take your time, pump the brakes. We're just digging through dirty laundry. We don't know what sticks here. But this guy is a private American citizen who traveled to Ukraine on his own dime, to help recruit civilian soldiers to fight for Ukraine and Afghan special forces. He was recruiting on his Facebook page. Here's an archive of all of his tweets that look pretty damn automated to me. They pretty much all look like this. In a past life in Hawaii, he apparently ran this company that made a single tiny home and a single Facebook page and never did anything else with it. Super weird. But I grabbed everyone that he followed on Twitter before they deleted it. He only followed 60. And right down at the bottom of that list, which I think indicates his first follow, is this girl named Sue Kim, who is ex-CIA, along with some other very interesting things. Now, again,
Actually, it turns out that was his second follow. It wasn't his first follow. His
Oh,
second
man.
follow was that woman who's ex-CIA. Okay.
reminder, this is just speculation, digging through Twitter dirt. Maybe this chick is just a wonderful, patriotic person that's helping America. Who knows? But her account is private, meaning why does he follow her? I've been digging around, and one of my followers said that they found her in the people that follow him back. I have not been able to confirm that for myself because they took the account down. If you've got a video of the 1.2 thousand followers that followed him, that would be great to know. He says that she was at the bottom of his followed list, meaning that she followed him right when he made the account. That would make sense, seeing as she's at the bottom of his following list of who he follows too. I mean, every asset needs a handler. And when you go through some of these other affiliations here, you get what is essentially the CIA training grounds at Johns Hopkins University. It explores the relationship between politics and the many kinds of military power, from the use of terror by small non-state groups to the threatened use of nuclear weapons. Its director is John McLaughlin, who is literally an ex-acting director of the CIA and ex-deputy director of the CIA, 3-decade career at the CIA. David is third on the list of people at the top of this institution at the university. 30-year career in Army Special Forces, various special operations, invading various countries, as well as Operation Enduring Freedom. You get the idea. Anyways, RAND Corporation. That's a military industrial complex think tank, kind of like the Atlantic Council. And LMI.org, yeah, that's like a military industrial complex education and training program as well. Preliminary findings on the internet when you search our homeboy, the shooter, show his arrest record, including in 2002, possession of weapons of mass destruction.
What?
Class F felony.
Yeah. Still
Along with
free.
3 other blocks of things like possession of handguns or concealed weapons and driver's license stuff. And yeah, that sounds like some operative shit.
Don't jump to
me.
conclusions,
But again, we don't know any of this yet. We're just digging through dirty laundry on the internet. It's hard to tell what's real. But this is a photo of the weapon he used and the setup he had.
I love how he's
People
going to a
speculating looks an
TikTok
awful lot like,
comedian guy
you know,
for all the info here.
Russian Ukrainian
Super
class
easy.
of rifle.
Like, mainstream
Weird
media is so dead. It's
recruitment
unreal.
ops in Ukraine for civilians.
This is the death. They will.
Well, he's like
they will try to
posting
start
on
World War
Facebook all
III
the
for
time
this.
to like no
Make no
followers
mistake.
about how he's recruiting hundreds of civilians to fight for Ukraine. Like, posting for like Afghan special forces to contact him so they can come fight in Ukraine, but he's like just a random citizen from Hawaii. And one of the 60 people he follows is this CIA gal that allegedly follows him back. That looks an awful lot like a handler or a contact. His account looks an awful lot like a bot or an MK Ultra or a Pat. Who knows what the hell this is? His criminal record looks an awful lot like what you might expect a kind of guy in this kind of line of work to leave behind. And then there's the weird video evidence getting turned up.
Officials in Kyiv simply aren't interested in recruiting them.
Ukraine is reluctant to be cooperative.
That's Ryan Ruth, a U.S. citizen who set up the International Volunteer Center in Ukraine to help connect foreigners to Ukrainian military units.
Now I'm talking to over 100 soldiers every day, and pretty much everybody, all of my contacts in Ukraine, they were adamant, pretty much yelled at me every time that I suggested that we bring in Afghans.
The Ukrainian government didn't respond to our request for comment, but a source close to the officials in Kyiv told Semaphore that their top concern is the question of loyalty in the thick fog of war.
The biggest thing is spies. They're afraid that anybody and everybody is a Russian spy.
Shout out to some bitch I know on X, who currently has one of the best archives of all of his socials and accounts. There's a lot of other people doing good work right now. And again, I just want to clarify, I'm not trying to pretend like I've solved the case or like we know what's going on. We just have learned by now that the FBI is going to just cover everything up. And so it's up to us to try to dig everything out before they do. So that's what we're doing. And yes, it's ridiculous that that is even a set of sentences we have to say in America in 2024 when someone tries to kill the former and future president of the United States of America. And I mean, I can only imagine who might be backing up these operations to try to shoot him and who might be providing the intel and the access and the cover-ups, etc. So last thing I'll say, Ryan Routh, he's currently in custody. He was driving away in an SUV. They caught him. He's alive for now. And I just want to remind us all, Ryan Routh did not kill himself. If cameras malfunction outside of his cell, if he has a weird slipping accident, whatever happens, yeah, you know the story. 50 more days, my money's on at least one more attempt before we get there. So stay frosty, because the war machine desperately needs the wars to escalate, and they're not down with the MAGA Maha folks shutting down the wars. And they are ready to kill people, ready to assassinate, allegedly, apparently, theoretically, just jokingly, in order to perpetuate those wars.
So apparently them being involved in, RFK says the CIA was involved, and his father and his uncles.
Yeah, they were. Of course they were. Why would it even be in doubt?
Why
would we have to take baby steps for a thing? I wonder if the mafia did it. I wonder if Jeffrey Dahmer ate some people. Is everybody is everybody stupid on purpose? Obviously, this is what it is. Now, we don't know who sent him, because that technology that they developed, that they've never stopped working on, and they mass rolled out, is proprietary. That means there's a lot of actors that have their own versions of it. So he could be working for FBI, CIA, NSA, NRO. There's like all these organizations. It could be a private contract. He could have been a slave sold to a corporation that is using that programming on him. There's many possibilities. However, I don't have any doubt that that guy went through the program. I want to know who his parents are. I want to know his family history. That'll tell me a lot. The last guy, his dad was a behavioral modification therapist or something. Guilty. His dad was the handler. That's what that means. You should have J.R. Sweet, or any of these people that were in the program in the 90s, because they got very interesting things to tell, and it directly ties into this. Because I don't think they're just worried about wars ending. I don't think Trump's against war, by the way. I think what they're worried about is not JFK, not UFOs coming out, but this slave program that they had for 30 years that Reagan was involved in, and Cheney, and George Bush Sr., and all those pricks that are now one unit. Cheney endorses Kamala. That should tell you a lot.
Okay. There is nothing I wouldn't believe. Put it that way. There's nothing that is too far-fetched.
Except they're innocent. Except that they're innocent.
You know, when you're supposed to watch Building 7 fall into its own a steel building fall into its own footprint, the third one of that day, because a plane hit another building, not that one, because a plane hit another building, and there was some kind of office furniture fire that made a steel building fall to its own footprint. We had the chief engineer from the University of Alaska Fairbanks on our show to say that that is not what happened, that did not be caused because a plane hit another building. And that's so if they can make you, and whatever you can't question, that's when you know you're onto something. You weren't allowed to question the COVID narrative about where the virus came from. You weren't allowed to question herd immunity, natural immunity, masks. You weren't allowed to question the vaccine, whether it stopped transmission or contraction. You weren't allowed to ask for the vaccine trial data they wanted to keep hidden for 75 years. You weren't allowed.
It's not incompetence, Jimmy. It's malice. It is not incompetence. It's malice.
That's right.
It's very obvious.
You weren't allowed.
Obvious to everyone.
You're not allowed to ask about 9/11. You're not allowed to ask about Seth Rich. Where was he for 4 hours after he left the bar and he got? Nobody knows. You weren't allowed to ask about his laptop, which now the FBI isn't going to release for 65 years. They're not going to release. They lied about his laptop. They said they didn't have it. They didn't know. Then they said they had it, but they couldn't get the data. Then they said they got the data, but then they just said, hey, we're not going to release it, even though a federal judge ordered them to release it twice. They're still not releasing it.
No, that's just scary, Jimmy. It's too
So
important.
if you're not allowed to ask questions, as soon as you're not allowed to ask questions, that's when you know there's something afoot, some what they call fuckery.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to show you what happened a Go to Steph real quick. I want to show you what happened with MSNBC. Go to Steph real quick.
HRP Hitler rant parodies quip that Trump has survived more assassination attempts than Harris has given campaign interviews.
That's right.
What a crazy world we live in. Savage.
Gerald Ford. He's got the Gerald Ford record, right?
I love how these people pay money to say the exact same memes we've already seen.
Actually, Gerald had more than one. He had Squeaky Fromm and then another one.
I forgot about that.
Man, this is not loud enough.
You know, I saw a British guy say, why do you kill a president? They're in office like 4 to 8 years. It's like a kid where you can't get him out. That's a great question. Oh, I wouldn't need to. A corporation or the CIA or some other actor, they would need to. That's why it happens. And once they developed these Sirhan models, they started using them on each other nonstop. Reagan got shot by Gordon Hinckley, a family friend of the Bushes, who was his vice president. Gerald Ford, 2 attempts on his life. Because his vice president, Nelson Rockefeller, wanted to be president, is my guess.
I forget which woman today on Piers Morgan was saying that, well, what was nice is that he had improved security around him. Huh? How would you say that Donald Trump's security had improved if there still was an attempted assassination?
Because it's being split twice. That's why.
Oh, that's the improvement. Kamala has been reported fine and safe after an attempted interview. Eric, thank you.
That's
the
pretty
assumption
funny.
on social media.
See, that's a good twist on it.
The mall stabbing in Australia was committed by a Muslim, led to the second stabbing of a Muslim preacher. Rohrbach, liberals like to say it's just as bad on both sides, but given recent events, it's becoming a lot harder for you to keep saying that. Hi, Q. Unvaccinated guy, thank you very much. Not banned account, thank you very much. Unvaccinated guy, he is not a real roofer. He roofs with the roof of his mouth on people's down south. Thank you, unvaccinated guy. Jimmy, you nailed it on Piers Morgan earlier.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Got my VIP ticks for Tempe. Hope to shake your hand and get a pic with you and Steph. Much love and aloha, Low Dog. See you in Tempe, Low Dog. There's going to be a special guest there.
There will be a special guest in Tempe. Can't say who it is.
We need midgets in MiG jets. Unvaccinated guy. Surprising. Thank you. Sebastian Bach is going on Ruth Gone Wild tour with Skid Row. Unvaccinated guy.
Oh.
Eric, thank you so much. You ready?
Yeah, you know what? Let's bring on. I went over, so it's time for our guest at 3:30.
Okay.
So we're going to talk with Casey Means now about. I'm sorry, Callie. And we'll be right back. So let's take a break. We'll bring him on. Kurt, we'll see you in about 35, 40 minutes.
All right, bye.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you.
Hey, we all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our biological age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. And let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping everyone do that. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age.
Oh, I didn't make any,
show
though.
If you are aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's biological age. My hope of living longer and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. Unlike any other, it's serious nutrition. Listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital bodily functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, and immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. What's that? At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. I don't know how you can get better than that. It's kind of amazing. So join in getting better health with 15% off and free shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code Jimmy. That's promo code Jimmy at fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com.
Yeah, I definitely need the water in the pipelines. Wait, I can shrink them. Wait, no, I can't. Man, is there a way to, like...
Okay, we have our special guest on for today.
I could have swore there was a way where I can just have everything all at once. You know, it's like you got to go through all this. It's like just give me a
built around the
massive,
idea that food and lifestyle
big
habits
old
like
page
exercise
of
and
them,
sleep
you know? Like,
is medicine. Sounds right wing.
I know exactly where they are.
The company's
I gotta
goal
click
is to
through it
make
every single
tax-advantaged spending on healthy food and exercise seamless. In the upcoming book, Good Energy, there it is, right there.
It's out.
It is out already, which he co-authored with his sister, Dr. Casey Means. He explores how cellular dysfunction driven by poor dietary choices fuels chronic health issues and offers actionable solutions. Please welcome to the show, Callie Means.
Great to see you, Jimmy.
Great to see you. Now, here's what it says at the, this is the teaser for the book at the beginning on the jacket. It says, what if depression, anxiety, infertility, insomnia, heart disease, erectile dysfunction, type 2 diabetes, Alzheimer's, dementia, cancer, and many other health conditions that torture and shorten our lives actually have the same root cause? Our ability to prevent... First of all, what would that root cause be, Callie?
Well, right now, they're all treated as separate issues. If you have those conditions, you're seeing 9 different doctors having 9 different treatments. My co-author, my sister, Stanford Medical School, top of her class, and had to choose, like all doctors, one of 42 specialties. And, you know, Jimmy, we joke, you know, food, exercise, talking about these things, it sounds kind of simple, but that it's radical to the healthcare system, and every single condition you just listed, just clinically, is because of our food system, is because kids are so sedentary that 77% of 21-year-olds aren't eligible to join the military, or because of basic environmental factors, RFK and now President Trump, quite frankly, are talking about. These are actually very simple root causes, but there's a lot of profit and complexity, which me from a lobbying perspective, having worked for these industries as a lobbyist, my sister as a doctor, are really working to unpack.
So I know that Alzheimer's wasn't even a thing until the late 70s, right? Like nobody had heard of Alzheimer's all of a sudden. And then a decade later, we start to have an explosion of autism. And are those two things linked? And where did Alzheimer's come from?
There's headlines almost every week now, Jimmy, where it's a new disease and we're hitting an all-time high in 2024. Like this year, in 2024, is the highest rate of cancer in world history, and particularly American history, is the highest rate of autism in American history, is the highest rate of autoimmune conditions in American history, is the highest rate of diabetes, of kidney disease, of heart disease, of everything. Everything is at an all-time high, particularly among kids. This year, right now. And headline after headline announcing these stats, the New York Times said, cancer rates are exploding among kids. Nobody knows why. And you know, I think this is starting to break through. This is not a right issue. It's a corruption issue. I mean, what Casey and I talk about in the book, and we've come to from our different perspectives, is that there's a simple economic fact. It's not a conspiracy, just a fact.
What is it?
The medical system is the largest and fastest growing industry in the country, and it makes money when somebody gets sicker earlier on, and it makes money when disease is siloed. When a kid
Stop bearing the lead. Just tell me, bro. What's going on? What's happening? Why is it doing it?
A kid has high blood sugar, they get metformin. Metformin prescription rates have doubled among high schoolers in the last 10 years. When the kid's feeling a little sad, they get an antidepressant. Antidepressants are prescribed like candy among high schoolers. Now Ozempic is actually, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, the first line recommendation for a 12-year-old who's overweight. Not wait and see, not try diet. It's first line defense. So what we think what's happened is it's almost a spiritual.
Damn, it's crazy. It's like COVID with a massive,
man,
like a massive green light for them to do all
caused
this.
by our food environment, our sedentary environment, our sleep. Kids are getting 2 hours less.
Even
sleep
Jimmy
than
Buffett here
ago.
agrees.
Like chronic stress.
Admits that he
all
messed
kids
up on.
have a phone, a weapon of
He
mass
agreed.
destruction for
He
chronic
said,
stress in their pocket. By basic, societal forces. And instead of talking about the root cause, talking about what I believe is a genocide happening particularly among kids, but also adults. Life expectancy is plummeting right now in the United States. It's happened well before COVID. No, we lunge for siloed pills. And what we argue in this book, Jimmy, is
It's been out for a couple months and it's really resonating. Is the biggest lie in medicine is that it's complicated, and we've got to redefine medicine in terms of this corruption lens very quickly, or else we're going to be in big trouble.
Well, I've been reading a blog called the Midwestern Doctor, and the things that I've learned through that blog are kind of mind-blowing. For instance, I went in to get some eczema on my face taken care of at a dermatology center of Pasadena. I don't know if that's the exact name, but it's something like that. And I had to wait 2 weeks for an appointment, and I was chagrined to find out I wouldn't be seeing a doctor. I was going to see a nurse. And then I read this article by the Midwestern Doctor that explained that in the 80s, dermatology was the lowest rung of the specialties and the lowest paid. They got together, the Dermatology Association got together with a Madison Avenue advertising firm, and they were told to conflate the kind of skin cancer, which is basal cell carcinoma, which is almost never
That's weird.
deadly, and combine it with the kind that's almost always deadly, which is melanoma. So most of the people get basal cell, most of the people don't get melanoma, which is the deadly kind. And they blamed it on the sun.
Do I get back my...
Well, you do get basal cell from the sun, but you
I
don't
think
get
I
the deadly
back.
kind.
Do I get back my stuff?
And so anyway, not that I'm a doctor. I'm just saying the things that I've learned. I learned that the Wall Street equity firms had taken over dermatology centers, and now they're putting. And so that's why you don't get to see a doctor when you go, because it costs too much money to see a doctor. And that's why they push these Mohs surgeries to take off these basal cells, because you can double bill people. It's a big scam. And that was the first thing I learned. And I've learned a lot of more things. And he's got some great things about the vaccine schedule and the COVID and the COVID vaccine. It is just mind-blowing to me that it's all driven by money.
Yeah.
And now, when Bill Clinton was in 1998, he took the restrictions. It used to be against the law for Big Pharma to directly advertise to people on television, and they took that out. There's only 2 countries in the world that allow that: New Zealand and the United States. 2 countries that push the COVID narrative harder than anybody, and the Big Pharma COVID narrative. And so now our news industry is completely captured. So somewhere around 75% of the advertising revenue budgets for cable news comes from Big Pharma. And Big Pharma is also advertising in medical journals, which is why they're also corrupt. Like, the whole thing is corrupted. Am I wrong?
No, a lot to unpack there. But I think, so working for the pharma industry early in my career, it was a simple checklist. What institutions do Americans trust, and how do we funnel money to them? So, as you said, the pharma advertising to news channels was not seen as a consumer advertising line item. It was seen as a public affairs line item. It wasn't to pay off the news to influence consumers with those goofy ads. We knew the consumers were going to buy those drugs anyway. It was to get into the offices of the editors of the news and influence the news itself. That was very clearly, and this is 12 years ago, that was very clearly what the purpose of, because obviously, and Tucker's talked about this, Megyn Kelly's talked about this, people who have left the system talk about this very clearly. It's some direct censoring, but it's obviously just self-censoring. When somebody's paying 50 to 70% of your entire budget, paying for your mortgage, you're not going to criticize that. So what happens there? Then we get something like COVID. COVID, in my opinion, was a foodborne illness. COVID was a metabolic disease, dying of COVID, right? We died in the United States multiple times at a higher death rate per capita than people in Japan. Multiple times a higher death rate per capita than people in Europe. COVID was a wake-up call that our immune systems in America are under threat. Just as we have multiples higher diabetes rates and obesity rates than Europe and Japan, we died at a higher rate of COVID. So there could have been on the news an exploration of how we have epidemic diabetes rates, epidemic obesity rates. 80% of American adults are overweight or obese. Our bodies are crying out for help, right? 66% of American adults are pre-diabetic. This is unprecedented. And it's very tied to COVID. But there wasn't the news questioning our metabolic health and calling for Americans to harden up their immune system. It was all about a pharmaceutical intervention, which turned out to be very problematic. The biggest dynamic, though, Jimmy, that is really being co-opted, as you alluded to, though, is academic research itself. I mean, I'm been reported and I've been very close with RFK and doing whatever I can to help the Trump campaign, also meeting with Democrats. I mean, this is a bipartisan issue, but if you ask me for one policy that could transform American health, that could save us trillions of dollars, that would just ignite the human capital of our children, it's get corruption out of medical guidelines. Right now, 19 of the 20 USDA nutrition advisors are bought off. They're paid for. They're given money from the food or the farm industry. What does that get us? That gets us our nutrition guidelines saying that a 2-year-old, that 10% of their diet can be added sugar. 80% of NIH grants go to researchers with conflicts of interest. And the FDA, I think you were talking about this in the show, I mentioned with RFK that it was 50% bought off, and they issued a correction. It's 47%, and it's actually 75% of the FDA department that approves drugs is bought off. So if we just have the standards of care correct, instead of demonizing the sun, instead of literally you have the FDA demonizing non-ultra-processed food, they're demonizing the wrong things. They're telling us that the savior's in a pill. We just need the medical guidelines correct, and I think we're going to be okay. People want to be healthy, but we're just getting the wrong guidelines from the top.
In fact, you make the point that Americans died at a higher rate than, say, Japan from COVID, and you say it had to do with our metabolic health. And so what would have actually been helpful is if you got out and exercised, if people got out and got sun, because sun is actually essential for your health. But they've made us afraid of the sun. And so, if you would eat healthy, make sure you have your vitamin D. But what happened was, if you did advocated those things, you were called a right winger. They literally they made health, nutrition, and exercise into some kind of alt-right kind of thing. It's amazing the control the big pharma has on the propaganda machine, which is corporate news, and that's the Washington Post, that's the New York Times, that's MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, all the rest of them, and NPR, by the way. They're just as horrible. So I've become aware most recently of the dangers of seed oils, and now there's almost nothing you can eat that doesn't have seed oils, and you have to really look. And seed oils are toxic because it sounds good. Oh, it's vegetable oil, right? But the way they extract the oil out of those seeds, a lot of times they have to use something akin to turpentine, right? So they have to put that something called hexane. They have to put that on it to get it out. Then it becomes so smelly that they have to deodorize. So they have to process it over and over, and then it's filled with the worst thing you could put in your body, and it's in everything. Correct?
Everything. It's soybean oil is the top single source of American calories.
That's unbelievable. So now go ahead, try to eat something that doesn't have high fructose corn syrup or soybean oil or sunflower oil or some kind of horrible oil. So there's only 2 oils that are good to eat, right? So that would be extra virgin olive oil, extra virgin, and then avocado oil. Is there any other oil?
I'd add butter. I'd add butter in there.
Okay.
Like a grass-fed butter. I mean, as a simple principle, there aren't animals in the wild that are systematically obese or metabolically dysfunctional. We're born with an innate sense of, eating and knowing what's good for us. You can't really overeat butter. You can't really overeat steak. You can't really overeat broccoli. Like, the food that we're biologically made to eat has mechanisms in it that let us know whenever we hit satiety levels. And basically our body, we're born, like most animals, with an innate sense of what's good for us. The problem with seed oils, which are really, to me, this larger mix of the ultra-processed food, why are ultra-processed food dangerous, is because the cigarette industry created the ultra-processed food industry. I always go back to this. In 1990, the 2 largest companies, everyone needs to understand this, the 2 largest food companies in the world in 1990 were Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds. As smoking rates went down, they used their cash piles in the 1980s to buy Kraft, U.S. Foods, Nabisco, and they were the bulk of U.S. food production, literally,
in the 1990s, and they lobbied for, more seed oils to be available. They lobbied for highly processed grains with glyphosate on them to be omnipresent and healthy. They lobbied, and paid Harvard to say sugar didn't cause obesity and was perfectly healthy and a good source of energy for kids. It led to the food pyramid. And the problem en masse with the seed oils and all of these ingredients that we don't recognize on the label is that they're combined by literal tobacco industry scientists who moved over from the tobacco department to the food departments in the 1990s. And they're weaponized to hack our brains and make us want to eat more and hack our satiety signals. And that's why calorie consumption has gone up. And the byproduct of all these chemicals, these cheap chemicals mixed together, is that it's also impacting our microbiome and our cells in very problematic ways. And if you look at chronic conditions from when the cigarette industry actually shifted from cigarettes to food, it has just exploded, all the chronic conditions. So, we have all these studies, very micro studies saying, oh, seed oils are healthy, this is healthy, this is healthy. No, we should not be eating this ultra-processed garbage that's mixed together in these science experiments to hijack our biology. We are not going to out-hack, what's happening to our health. We've got to get back to basics. And I think the problem is that these companies, in addition to just pushing this crap on us, are also in control of the research. The food industry, the ultra-processed food industry, spends 11 times more on nutrition research than the NIH. If I were in charge of nutrition science and research, I would fire every single nutrition researcher and nutrition grant in the U.S. government. Nutrition research is ultra-processed food marketing documentation. That's all it is. It's ultra-processed food company PR. We need to have simple principles. And my principle would be: don't eat seed oils, don't eat added sugar, and don't eat highly processed grains, ultra-processed grains, enriched flour, wheat. We can talk about that. But if you take those 3 ingredients out of your diet, you're going to be in a much better place.
So it's hard to do, by the way, just to let people know. It's
100%.
It's hard to get those things those out of your diet. It really is. And especially people who live in what they call food deserts, right? So they don't have access to fresh food. All they have is they go to buy food at a local corner snack store, and it's got all these, it's just nothing but, I tried to buy, so I was getting on a plane, and I was like, I'm going to buy some nuts. So I went over and I got a can of mixed nuts, and I just decided to I was at the cash register, I decided to look. It was filled with seed oils. Because if it's not dry roasted, it's going to be roasted in these seed oils, and it's going to have all that garbage in. So you think you're doing something healthy. You think you're eating nuts. This is supposed to be good for me, but it's filled with that garbage. I mean, that's why Americans, their longevity going the other way. The life expectancy is going backwards now because our food is run by corporations, right? And that's what Bobby Kennedy's talking about when he says, I'm going to fight big agra, right?
Yeah, it really, the food desert thing and the availability really makes me angry, because you mentioned vaccines earlier, and obviously that's a tricky subject to go down, but I just want to say one thing about that relates to the food issue. The medical system knows how to be strongly worded. They know how to say something emphatically. I think we can all agree that the medical system speaks in a very stern voice and a very clear voice when it comes to adhering to a schedule of 72 shots for a child. And there's no price that's too high. There's no ambiguity. It's you need to give your kids these shots. The medical system is really, really clear when it comes to adherence to pharmaceuticals. But strangely, when it comes to nutrition, and when it comes to 33% of young adults being pre-diabetic, 50% of teens being overweight or obese, and this metabolic health crisis among kids ties to our obviously toxic food supply, oh, no, we need to take social justice into account. There's affordability. It's actually classist and racist to suggest that parents should buy any other food, the whole food, right? That's a luxury that we can't possibly expect. It's too expensive. Kids need treats once in a while. Sugar's okay. It's all muddled, when clearly 9 out of 10 killers of Americans are foodborne illnesses. When there's a diabetes and obesity and chronic disease crisis spreading among kids. The medical system can't speak in a clear voice about that, and suddenly issues like affordability and practicality come into
I don't
play.
think we're on the same
And,
line
and,
here.
I just think if the medical system had the moral courage and clarity to talk about food with
I
the
will continue
same
gathering data,
clearness
I
that they talk
suppose.
about 72 shots for kids, we'd be in a much, much healthier place because we do listen to medical authorities when they talk. Smoking rates did go down when the Surgeon General said, you know, it might be a bad idea to be smoking in the 1980s. When Dr. Fauci said get the vaccine, 90% of Americans got at least one. When the food pyramid came out and said eat more carbs, eat more grains, 20% of our diet shifted to that. So we need, literally, it all starts with leadership. But unfortunately, Jimmy, what I'm seeing, and really, it's not really what I'm seeing or what it's not a conspiracy, it's just a fact. The ultra-processed food has been the most profitable invention in the history of capitalism for the healthcare industry, because 95% of healthcare spending is on chronic disease type of food. So this explosion of chronic conditions has been an absolute literal gold mine. And that's why, in my opinion, the medical system isn't only not speaking clearly about food, they're taking money from food. The American Diabetes Association has actually taken money from Coca-Cola. The American Academy of Pediatrics takes money from ultra-processed food companies. They're actually in cahoots, which is just even more shocking.
So I mean, my personal experience, I remember I came down with a metabolic illness. It was called hypophosphatemic osteomalacia, and it was horrible, almost killed me. And my bones were hollowed out, and my spine collapsed. I had lots of bad things happen, and luckily I found I went to doctor after doctor after doctor, one worse than the rest. And you think doctors are geniuses. They're not. Just like anything else, most of them are hacks. And then there's, like maybe 20% are good, and then maybe 5% that are great. And I got lucky and found one of the 5%, Dr. Sharp, and he figured out what was wrong with me, and he got me on it was a very simple fix to treat me. Can't cure it. But what I've noticed is that no Western doctor ever asked me about my diet, except Dr. Sharp. Dr. Sharp did. And I remember I went to a Chinese medicine doctor, and what the Chinese medicine doctor did was change my diet. Yeah. And he got me off carbs and ultra-processed food and had me take herbs and stuff. And I was like, there's no way. The stuff he doesn't want me to eat, that's all I eat. I'm like, this is never going to work. I said, but I paid him so much money. I was like, I'm going to try it for at least a week. After the third day, I never felt that good I couldn't believe it, just changing my diet. What a difference it made. And they never tell you about this in Western medicine. They never even ask you about your diet. So that's just to back up what you're saying and back up what your book is saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, my sister, who's we're on this mission together. We were raised in this traditional kind of, hey, like, trust the system. Being a good Republican, being a good American, is supporting traditional industry. We both went to Stanford together. As I mentioned, she's top of her class, Stanford Med School, and then gets into residency. And she was interested in nutrition and holistic health, and she had mentioned to a patient who had debilitating migraines, diabetes, depression, high cholesterol, kidney issues, like a whole 70 pages of charts with seeing 7 or 8 different specialists. In case you went on PubMed and learned about a link between migraines and food and mentioned that, and she was reprimanded. She was reprimanded by her attending surgeon. The attending surgeon also actually said, stop being a pussy. And you did not go to dietary school. You are here to do serious medicine. You are here to prescribe a pharmaceutical, or you are here to cut someone open. And that is serious medicine, and we can let the nutritionist deal with whether to eat broccoli. And that is ingrained. Casey told me the dean of Stanford Med School, the first week of class, gave a speech and essentially said to these budding doctors that the American patient is lazy, that the American patient isn't going to change from their sedentary lifestyle and their Big Macs and all of these things. And what's so tragic is, and a key principle I have, is I think that's such a lie. I mean, my mom, the reason my sister and I are on this path is because my mom, in 2021 had a pain in her stomach, went in to get scanned to Stanford Hospital, stage 4 pancreatic cancer. She learns with the text the next day that she has, and died 12 days later. And was perfectly healthy before. And sitting across from the oncologist at Stanford, they said it was a tough break. And it's not a tough break. We're missing the warning signs. We're, dealing with what are truly lifestyle illnesses, and doctors just simply aren't telling patients about this and incentivizing it. My mom was on 5 medications, which is lower than the average amount that a 70-year-old is on in America. She was told that her, high cholesterol was a statin deficiency. She was told that her high blood sugar was a metformin deficiency. And I can tell you, my mom wanted to meet her grandkid, who she wasn't able to meet, my son, that was recently born after she died. And she wanted to be there for my sister's wedding, which she's not going to be there for. I don't see many Americans who are trying to kill themselves. I don't see many Americans who want to be poisoning our kids. So I just don't think we're getting the right information. And I think there's this real embedding of like dietary stuff and, these little tons of food that's 3D printing our bodies and cells. It's the most important component to our health, just demonstrably. The fact that my sister and I, through different routes, were kind of trained at Stanford, that's just not real science. It's just nothing more than a moral blind spot. And I think, not to take it too political, but, this has been something the left's been talking about. I think it is so positive that I was watching a Trump rally recently. They were talking about regenerative agriculture.
Yes.
And they were talking about, taking the poisons out of our food supply, to raucous applause from people wearing, firefighting hats. It's like, this is a absolutely, we are being distracted from this issue, that we are poisoning ourselves. And, this book, other books, podcasts, you listen to your podcast, Joe Rogan, on down, Americans are gravitating to answers. What's going on? And it does get to food. I mean, it's just the truth.
Well, here's just a brief piece of this article I was reading from the Midwestern Doctors Substack, a Midwestern Doctors Substack.
Yeah.
It's the Great Ozempic Scam and the Safe Ways to Lose Weight, the immense dangers of GLP-1 drugs, and the scandalous corruption that led the FDA to push them upon Americans. So this is a quick summary of the article. In early 2023, a private conference attended by the heads of, by the way, sponsored by Chase, a private conference attended by heads of the pharmaceutical industry and large investors hosted the head of the FDA as its keynote speaker. What that means is they paid him. They paid the notoriously corrupt head of the FDA, okay? At that conference, they promised that anti-obesity drugs and Alzheimer's drugs would be the most profitable investment opportunities in the years to come. Since that time, the FDA has taken numerous questionable actions to push these drugs on the populace. The most popular anti-obesity drug is Ozempic. In the last 2 years, we've seen a relentless push for it to be given to everyone, including children, which has involved a number of shockingly appalling marketing tactics. Remarkably, the stampede for Ozempic is almost identical to what happened with Fen-Phen, a wildly popular weight loss drug that was eventually pulled from the market due to it frequently causing severe heart and lung issues. Like Fen-Phen, the weight loss from Ozempic is temporary and disappears once the drug is stopped, requiring the patient to become a permanent customer. Worse still, Ozempic has a variety of common and severe side effects due to its paralyzing the digestive tract. That's from a Midwestern Doctor Substack. Now, I'm sure you know a lot more about it. I know that that's not even manufactured here in the United States. It's manufactured in Europe, where they're not allowed to sell Ozempic. Is that true?
It's not the standard of care. So in Scandinavia, in Denmark, where the drug is created, if you are dealing with high weight and
What'd you
obesity,
do, Merv?
it's not what the insurance and not what the healthcare system gives you. They actually give you a subsidized food as medicine diet, and they have their healthcare pay for exercise. You mentioned before, my company helps with medical prescriptions to help people get, medical spending on food and exercise. I was recently talking to the New York Times, and they describe me as an alternative medicine entrepreneur. I'm like, that's not alternative medicine. That's just literally following the best clinical guidelines that the rest of the world follow. But yeah, in Europe, they don't see obesity as an Ozempic deficiency, and Ozempic costs 10 times less money than they're bilking the U.S. taxpayer for.
Wow.
Ozempic is in many ways the Rosetta Stone of pharma industry corruption. You can really understand everything. And let me just give a couple more to that fantastic article, by the way. So what did we have recently? We had 60 Minutes, the #1 news program in the United States. They had a doctor on to talk about Ozempic, Dr. Fatima Cody Stanford, who works at Harvard. She's the lead obesity researcher there. She, on 60 Minutes, unquestioned, said that obesity is genetic. It's, quote, a brain disease, and, quote, throw diet and lifestyle out the window. Kids must be injected with Ozempic immediately upon gaining weight because lifestyle and diet are failed anti-scientific modalities. She said that. It was an infomercial for Ozempic. You can't make this up, but I'm sure you can predict it. Pharma's the #1 spender on 60 Minutes. Before and after that segment, there were pharmaceutical ads. Okay? She then touted research from the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is 90% funded by pharma, and this company from Denmark is one of the largest funders in the American Academy of Pediatrics. They came right after that 60-minute segment and said, 12, as I mentioned, 12 years old, it's got to be the standard of care. Now they're setting on 6 years old. Okay, so if you're a parent in this country, right, and your kid is a little bit overweight, you are going to be, it's just like COVID, just like a lot of these other things, you're going to be told you're anti-science if you reject the idea of injecting your kid for life with this shot. Now, what's happening? Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, is one of the 10 largest spenders on lobbying in the United States. It's created, based on this expectation of U.S. taxpayer subsidies, the 10th largest company in the world, the most valuable company in Europe. It's past LVMH, it's past the fashion company. It's now the most valuable company in Europe, based on 90% of their profits coming from the United States, not Europe. And it's just been a full court press on every single institution. I mean, the cherry on top is that they've actually paid the NAACP and other civil rights groups to lobby on behalf of Ozempic. And now you have a full court press of civil rights groups saying it's racist. If, I'm not joking.
I know.
The NAACP is saying this. They're going to Congress and saying it's racist if you don't get Medicaid and Medicare funding for Ozempic, which is $1,600 per patient per month, forever. The calculations at that JP Morgan conference that you mentioned, the reason they're all clapping like seals for this drug, and literally, to the speech you mentioned, I've had people in that room, standing ovation when they talked about the obesity crisis in this drug. The reason they're clapping like seals is because that's going to be an annuity, $1,600 from the U.S. taxpayer, and the target market is 80% of American adults and 50% of teens. My big question, and what I've actually been proposing to members of Congress who support this bill last week when I met with them in person in Washington, D.C., is what could you do with that $1,600 per patient? Where could that money go? I think it's a very interesting debate to ask, what should we be spending $1,600 per month on to address not just the obesity, but the larger chronic disease crisis? And I will tell you, if somebody looks at what's happening in the state of American health and has $1,600 per patient, it would not be jamming everyone with a very ineffective and problematic poison. It would be solving the root cause, which for starters is not force-feeding ultra-processed crap down our kids' throats.
I mean, you could buy a gym membership. You could buy a delivery. Even if you live in a food desert, you can buy delivery. There's companies out there that will send you food that isn't ultra processed. Send it to you right to your house. You could get fruits and vegetables, and you know, now there's this new thing that the problem with some vegetables is, first of all, not only the pesticides.
You just not eat
but
too.
There's
That's
this
also
thing called a peel.
option.
Right.
Do you know what that is? Can you talk about it?
We just keep trying to mess with nature. A peel is a product from Bill Gates that is essentially spraying chemicals on produce that's impossible to wash off, that ostensibly increases the shelf
I heard
life
about that.
of those vegetables. It is actually not disclosed what these chemicals are. Part of it is seed oils, literally. There's reports that there's some
How is my
very
production-
problematic, particularly neurotoxic chemicals mixed in
Oh,
there.
the
They're
amount of
actually
power being
literally not
produced.
reporting it. And Appeal tried to lobby so that we wouldn't
So
even
I
know
actually
if it was
have way
sprayed
more
on the vegetable or
production
not. And now there's a big push
than
to
consumption.
identify that. But it all goes to this Bill Gates
thought it was
agenda. Bill Gates is
production
literally trying to
of
put up blockers of the sun.
actual-
He's saying that trees
Okay.
as a tool for carbon capture isn't scientific.
That's right.
He's saying that the
Okay, I see.
future of
I was thinking
food
for some
is
reason it was
ultra-processed
giving me the
lab-grown
production
meat
of all
and not
my
getting back to
goods.
basics with regenerative agriculture.
This whole time.
He's
Oops,
saying that
whatever.
the way, that basically all
Well, it'll
chronic
be good
conditions
for
are
power for a while,
basically
that's for sure.
pharmaceutical or vaccine deficiency, not a result of our toxic environment, toxic food system, toxic habits in this country. It's very dark. It's very, very dark. And I'm not a Luddite. I actually am just calling to follow the clinical realities. And the clinical reality to me is that we are not going to drug our way to better health. We're not going to drug our way to lower healthcare costs. We're not going to drug our way in the midst of this ultra-processed food disaster in our diet, to better human capital, right? I think we should be using technology, but we should be using technology for better farming practices, to get back to basics, to grow healthy food, right, that gives our body the nutrients that we need to thrive. I mean, this isn't rocket science. Right now, Jimmy, a tomato, an organic tomato in the United States, has 70% less nutrients than it did 60 years ago.
No kidding.
Our soil has been so raped by our industrial food system and our practices that our food is more than 50% in many cases less nutrient dense, right? We are trying to out-hack basic patterns of life, of a sunlight, fueling our soil, which fuels the food. We're trying to out-hack that. It's making our food demonstrably less nutrient dense. We're not going to out-hack this stuff. And the Bill Gates kind of innovation philosophy, I have a VC-funded startup, so I talk to a lot of venture capitalists about this. I'm not against innovation, but innovating on it, hacking our biology is not going to work. Hacking the systems of soil and the systems of our food and the systems of our body, we need to start appreciating and having awe and understanding those more and getting back to basics on our biological needs. Like the fundamental problem in what we talk about with metabolic health is that it's just simple. Our cells aren't getting what they need to thrive. They're not getting the sunlight, which is super important. We used to be outside 100% of the time. They're not getting our circadian rhythm is off with our sleep. Our chronic stress, it used to be just hiding when we're, in an acute situation, running from a tiger or something. Now we're in just a concentrated
Hey, I was
stress.
pushing that.
And then we're feeding our body just absolute poison and addictive poison. So we got to get back to basics on that. And the Bill Gates route is just not, I don't think, the path.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, first of all, leading doctors used to think the raping of the soil was a big contributor to chronic illness. You never hear about this stuff. I can tell you two things. I know the best tomatoes in the world are San Marzano tomatoes, and they're grown in Italy. Which tomatoes aren't even
interesting.
They didn't even come. Tomatoes came from the United States, and they were brought to Italy. People don't know that, but they grow them on this volcanic soil that's rich in all this. So that's why they taste so damn good. And I remember about 30 years ago, I was in Hawaii, and I was at the top of this volcano, and you take a bike down, and we stopped at this little side store, and they had pineapples that they had chopped up, and they were sell you, and they were grown right behind the store, and the volcano, and my mind, I could still remember how it tasted. I'd never tasted anything that good in my life before. And so people don't realize what's happening with the soil, and people don't realize that the #1 owner of farmland in America is a guy named Bill Gates, who has a big idea to poison you with garbage food. One of them is fake meat. He thinks we should all eat bugs and fake meat. And this idea that the cows are the ones that are the biggest. They say that cow farming is the biggest contributor to global warming. But now I'm seeing studies from different universities saying no, it could be carbon negative, and not only neutral but negative if you do it correctly. Of course, not factory farming, but what do you call it? Regenerative?
Regenerative agriculture.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. Industrial farming is potentially a cause of global warming. The way food has been raised throughout history is that there were natural ecosystems with animals and plants being raised together, with the animals grazing, and it's beautiful, right? There's a whole, literally, you go into the rabbit hole, the urine of the animals is actually a natural, pesticide. I mean, you don't need all these herbicides and pesticides because it all works in harmony. And actually, an anchor of regenerative farmland produces a higher output than the industrial farming where everything's just in rows, so you can mechanize it and use more machines because it's in rows. You actually get higher output.
Welcome
with
to the Project Assembly Pioneer
and because
Progress presentation.
everything is working in unison together, as
the
you
Phase
said.
2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
Sick.
Phase 2 of Project Assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell. You will now enter Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fixit.
It blew away the clouds so you could see it. That was awesome. Okay.
Eric had me pediatrics. No, that's the whole point of this bill. He didn't even understand that. I said, you understand Ozempic's a lifetime drug. He's like, no. I'll put in the bill it's not a life. No, sir. The FDA says it needs to be a lifetime drug. He didn't understand this. Like they're not the main character. Like the people introducing this bill. These are, life and death, trillions of dollars of ramifications. And it's just, hey, introduce this. Hey, co-sponsor this. They don't think about it. The idea that we should be taking that $1 trillion a year that's going to go towards Ozempic and help our farmers get to better soil and get to a better regenerative farming system that will actually reduce our chronic disease crisis hasn't even occurred to them.
Well, the Medicare lobbying for that bill is because Medicare banned paying for weight loss drugs after the Fen-Phen disaster. So basically, rather than the government going against the public to try to stop these dangerous drugs, the regulators are instead pushing them and trying to stop the activists from stopping it.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right.
They're just, and all the people making these
so I just get the
rules
jetpack.
from the
Okay, yeah,
NIH down,
fine.
they're just stacked with big pharma people.
I mean, when I was working 13 years ago for the pharma industry, opioids, I think Ozempic is very analogous to the opioid situation, but opioids was was in the news, right? And what did we do as the pharma industry? We shuttled a bunch of donations to pain specialists, just like the obesity specialists, all these new medical specialties, which are total BS, we'd be much better off without. But there were, pain specialists. So we shuttle a bunch of donations to pain specialists. Who was the most prominent pain specialist? Dr. Philip Pizzo, who at the time, 2010 was the dean of Stanford Med School, pain specialist. So we funneled him direct consulting payments, bribes, and we gave him a $3 million grant. You cannot even make this up. But opioid companies
Milestone
gave
reached.
him a $3 million
Fix-It has
grant in
granted you the power of
2010
flight,
to
provided you have a
reform
jetpack
the
and the
curriculum
appropriate
of the
fuels.
school.
The jetpack refuels automatically
So
while you are
the
standing
opioid
on
companies
the
gave him a
surface,
grant and paid
different fuel
direct.
types
Then
will
he was
affect the
appointed to
jetpack's
the
functionality.
NIH panel
With this increased
on
versatility, you
opioid
will no
guidelines.
doubt
That was
achieve
in
efficiency
2010,
levels
2011.
previously
Philip
unheard of.
Pizzo, you can research this. Now, 9 of the 19 people he chose as chair of the panel to give opioid guidance had also been directly paid for by opioid companies. Okay, and what does that panel do? It says that the addiction concerns are overblown and pain is a crisis and full steam ahead on opioid recommendations. My thing, and what the pharma company knows and what all of us has to understand, is we just don't have higher credibility advice than that, like in the world, right? It's like out of all the systems humans have built, right, there's not much higher trust than an NIH panel led by the dean of Stanford Med School with a bunch of doctors from Harvard and other places. Like, that's it. And that apparatus is completely bought off. It's completely corrupt. It's craven. It's terrible. It's compromised. And that's exactly what's happening with obesity medicine guidance right now. And then you've got the media just parroting whatever they say because the media is bought off too, and you've got the tech company, and you're basically anti-science if you disagree with that guidance. I think we're starting to do this, and I think COVID has helped, but we cannot trust any guidance on chronic disease. The record of the medical system on chronic conditions, which is 95% of medical spending, is a absolute travesty. Heart disease has gone up as we've spent more on heart disease. Diabetes has gone up as we've spent more on diabetes. Depression's gone up as we spend more on SSRIs. Cancer's gone up as we spend $300 billion a year on cancer care. It's a disgrace. And the fact that we still don't have a full consensus as the American people that we need to scream BS and actually just fully rethink how we deal with chronic diseases and basically take that expertise out of the medical system, it is a problem. But I think it's something we're getting better on.
Well, I just want to, before I let you go, I want
No
to just
ways,
make this
it's
one
pure
point. You talk about, you say that there's 5 biomarkers that determine your risk
Yes.
for deadly disease. And you also say how to, in the book, you show how to use inexpensive tools and technology to see inside your body and take action. And then you say why dietary philosophies are designed to confuse us, and 6 lifelong food principles you can implement whether you're a carnivore or a vegan. And then you talk about the crucial link between sleep, circadian rhythm, and metabolism. Those are the 2 things I want to talk to before I let you go. So what are the 6 lifelong food principles you can implement whether you're a carnivore or a vegan?
Well, can I step back at the highest level and address one other one and then get to those principles, Jimmy? Because I think if there's one point we make in the book, and in kind of carnivore, vegan, whatever you're hearing, it should all be about 5 biomarkers. Like any advice you get from me, from anyone else, it should be about what is your HDL, what is your triglycerides, what is your blood sugar, what is your blood pressure, and what is your waistline. Those are the 5 indicators of metabolic
This guy sounds like he's
They're
always
all
hitting the vape.
essentially under our control. And you're going to hear so much from so many people, and it's basically organized confusion around whether it should be vegan, whether you should be eating meat, whether you should be doing this. If it should all be based on a game every patient is playing,
to get those 5 biomarkers under control. And those biomarkers can be gotten significantly under control in a quarter or two. We could have done it during COVID with the mass rallying from the media and from the medical institutions. And, you know, working with Democrats, also working with RFK now, and working on this Make America Healthy Again agenda, we could throw out all chronic disease guidance and shift the United States medical system to optimizing and working with doctors, working with patients to optimize those 5 biomarkers. And if those are under control, right, you by definition can't get type 2 diabetes because that's on the range of blood sugar. You have an literally almost 0% chance of getting heart disease. You have a almost 0% chance of getting Alzheimer's because that is now type 3 diabetes. You have an almost 0% chance of getting kidney disease. You have an almost 0% chance of dying of COVID, right? You almost every single depression, suicide, you are 4 times less likely to be depressed or suicidal if you're not pre-diabetic or diabetic, which is one of those biomarkers. So, you know, that's what we should all be gearing towards. And in the book, in the first chapter on the tips, is being able to read and understand those blood tests. I got on this journey several years ago when I got my blood test. The doctor said, totally fine. Went to my sister, my co-author, showed her the test. She's like, this is a disaster. You're brewing metabolic dysfunction. You are going to die early if you don't get this under control. I'm like, well, they said it was fine. Go back to the doctor. No. I'm like, is this true? They're like, yeah, it's really bad, but you're not at a treatable range yet. The way the medical system works is they wait for your cholesterol numbers to get up for a statin. They wait for your blood sugar levels to get up for a drug. You're not treatable. We all have to understand our biomarkers. On food, you know, the high-level principles are truly, if you can cut those unholy trinity of 3 ingredients of highly processed grains, of seed oils, of added sugar, you are 80% of the way there. You are 80% of the way there. And then you've got to hunt for things that give our cells energy. You got to hunt for fermented foods. You got to hunt for protein. You got to hunt for antioxidants. You got to hunt for key nutrients like vitamin D. Ideally, you're matching your nutrient needs with specific information from your blood test, which we go into. You got to hunt for what feeds our cells and avoid those 3 ingredients, and you get a long way there.
Look at just real quick. When you say so, when I eat bread now, I eat this Ezekiel bread that's all sprouts or whatever. So I don't eat regular bread. But when you say ultra processed grains, now unfortunately, does that include pasta?
Okay, so we all hear about how you go to Italy and
Yeah.
you lose weight, right?
Yeah.
By eating a lot of pasta. Fundamentally, ultra processed grains are what's in shelf stable food, and the processing is taking the fiber off, which makes it shelf stable. And my personal belief is that our grains in the United States are a huge part of our problem because of the glyphosate and other chemicals which are banned in all our other countries. So I do think if you're getting back to the natural source, back to the natural way things have been created for thousands of years, if you're doing true, like, you know, grains that aren't covered in glyphosate, sourdough bread made the way it's been made for generations, I think that's okay. I think in general, our grains in the United States, I think it's becoming clear, are highly, highly compromised. But if you're buying bread like that, yeah, I mean, anything that's been how humans have eaten it for generations, I think is okay. I think the chemicals are a real problem.
So when I found out that in the United States they spray the wheat with that glyphosate, I
Right.
started ordering my pasta that I make at home. This is during COVID. So I found a distributor here in the United States, Market Hall Foods, and I would get pasta from Italy, plus I would get the olive oil
Yeah,
from a
that's great.
single source in Italy. And so I was only eating olive oil, butter, and the pasta that came directly from Italy. And I never felt better.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
It was amazing. I lost weight. I got in shape. It was, but then of course I got the vax and I got vaccine injured, which was not good. But so yeah, do you think we will ever get to a place where we get rid of glyphosate? They know causes cancer, do they not?
Oh, they do, Jimmy. I'm very optimistic, actually. I'm relatively new to this fight and maybe too idealistic, but
You know, I had a small view into, you know, getting to know RFK and calling him right after Trump was assassinated, and then, you know, helping to connect him to President Trump, who I was also advising, you know, informally his campaign. And I had a small view into their conversations, and just from my small vantage point, I can say, like, they spoke for hours and hours and hours about glyphosate, about
Milestone
children's
reached.
health,
Crude
about
oil can now be
hormone
extracted and
disrupting
refined
chemicals
to
in our
produce
food.
various
It was like
industrially beneficial
deep
parts.
conversations about these
The
issues,
byproducts of these
and they bonded
processes will
over it.
require
And
careful
you know,
management,
there's
but a
been
capable
more discussion of
pioneer
this
such
at
as
that
yourself
level.
surely understands that.
You know,
To
meeting with
improve
members of
efficiency,
Congress,
pipelines
they're
can now be
very
optimized
frustrated
with
on this.
valves to limit and balance
And
their
what gives me
throughput.
hope is, like,
These were initially
it's
left
so
out
unimpeachable
because
what's
Fix It did not
happening.
want to overwhelm
And to me,
pioneers
the
with
answers are
complex
simple.
pipeline
Get corruption
management,
out of the
but
medical
they have
guidance.
since been re-added after
Get
my
a
impassioned
report from
defense
the
of their
FDA
capabilities.
immediately on what glyphosate is doing to our brains, to our cells, to our kids, to our microbiome. That's what they're doing in Europe. The problem is that the food industry is blocking that report because the food industry has completely bought off the USDA. Why is it the Food and Drug Administration? Why is 50% of the Food and Drug Administration paid for by pharma, who, as a simple statement of economic fact, wants us to be sick from toxic food, right? You can decouple the funding for these agencies with the stroke of a pen. You can reset the purpose of the NIH to not be an R&D lab for pharmaceutical solutions, which it is right now, but back to foundational research. Jimmy, like, no NIH money right now is going to foundational research about why we're getting sick. None. Like, it's all pharmaceutical R&D. It's all accepting that we're all being poisoned by glyphosate, and then, like, marginal, like, you know, Alzheimer's, you know, pills, instead of actually trying to understand why we're getting Alzheimer's. So you can reset these things quickly, and we're working on executive orders, on congressional action. You know, this is just a matter of political courage. It's not really a complicated issue, because I think it all revolves from the scientific guidance. I think if we have an unimpeachable report from the FDA on what glyphosate is doing, then policy chips can fall where they may. Then people can choose whether they want to go against the scientific consensus that we're poisoning ourselves, basically. You know, on nutrition guidelines, I would recommend just taking France's nutrition guidelines. There are people in France live 5 years more than people in the United States. They have 3 times lower rates of diabetes. They have, like, multiple lower rates of obesity. Are we lazier than the French? Like, are we worse off? Like, no, it is clearly our guidelines and incentives. And we should just adopt what they're doing on food until we figure out what's going on. Because what we have right now is just I think the vitality of the American people is being snuffed out by corruption, which we can fix.
Well, it was really encouraging, and I keep making the point over and over that when RFK Jr. gave that speech at the Trump rally in Arizona, it didn't matter if you thought that Trump was sincere about it. What mattered was that there was a stadium, not a room, a stadium full of Republican voters that were cheering on those things that used to be considered Democratic policy values. And so so that's the thing that actually scares the establishment, the oligarchy, is people from the left and the right realizing we agree on more things that we disagree on, and then we come together to fight the oligarchy. That's why they keep trying to divide us left and right all the time. And those terms left and right don't even mean anything anymore, right? And they've weaponized those terms, and everything that the establishment doesn't like is right wing and alt right and racist. And so I think people are starting to see through it. I'm trying to do the best I can to help at this show, and I really help. Everybody should get a copy of this book. Here it is, Good Energy. And Kaylee Means has been our guest. I really did I say, what did I say, Kaylee? Okay, I'm bad. I'm sorry.
I get it all the time, Jimmy.
Okay, my apologies. But anyway, it's great to finally meet you and talk to you. I follow you on Twitter, and I think you're doing great work, and the book's fantastic. And is there anything you want to say before I say goodbye?
Jimmy, thank you. You're doing God's work, and this is getting out. It's the uniparty versus the people. I agree. And thank you for all you do.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a jump over to Rumble right now. So everybody
give me 1 second. Almost ready.
Almost ready?
Yeah.
Give us a minute. But we're going to see you at Rumble, so see you there in a few minutes. And thanks for watching. All right, thank you. It was fantastic. So, hey, so the mainstream media is unreliable. That's why you watch this show. It's dishonest. That's why you watch this show. How can you trust them when they're never ever told the truth about Russiagate, Julian Assange, Ukraine, Syria? Well, that's where our sponsor Ground News comes in. Ground News is an app and a website that gathers related articles from around the world in one place so you can compare the kind of coverage like the kind of that we do on this show. That's kind of like what we do on this show. We show you how, look at how they're covering it, and then we debunk it for you. Well, Ground News is very similar. Let's take a closer look at some of Ground News' coverage on President Trump's attempted assassination. Ground News gives me instant access to more than 700 articles reporting on it all over the world with context on each publication's political bias. Factuality based on how subjective or objective their language is, and even who is funding those people. So comparing the coverage is absolutely fascinating to me. Left-leaning USA Today and ABC News downplayed the shooting by writing that Trump was removed from the stage after loud noises startled him and rang out in the crowd. I wouldn't say USA is left-leaning. I'd say they're establishment-leaning.
Mm-hmm.
The Irish Times went as far as victim blaming, adding that the assassination attempt might even help him win the White House. Right-leaning outlets like the Daily Signal and the New York Post were really quick to call out liberal media's biased coverage, reporting that their bias was on full display. Unfortunately, moments like these can fuel the fires of misinformation, and very inaccurate narratives can spread like wildfire. The only way to combat this is to stay informed through really diverse news sources, something Ground News simplifies and excels at. I mean, they even created a blind spot feed to expose what the other side of the political spectrum isn't reporting on, freeing readers of any hidden agendas and political spins. With media bias just running crazy like it is, I can't recommend subscribing to Ground News enough to stay fully informed on topics with explosive headlines. So go to Ground News, go to ground.news/JD with my link in the description to get 40% off their Vantage subscription, which will give you unlimited access to all their analysis and features. See through mainstream media narratives at Ground News. Let me give it to you again. Ground.news/JD. Subscribe this month through my link for 40% off unlimited access to Ground News. My link right there. Go there, you get 40% off. It's a great news site. Hey, I believe in having a substantial percentage of my financial future, meaning my retirement fund, secured with gold and silver. You know that. You know what I think about what's going to happen with the stock market. And that's why I decided to partner up with Colonial Metals Group. They helped me set up a safe and secure self-directed IRA where I have access to my assets no matter what the stock market, or for that matter, what the government is doing. Let the team of experts at Colonial Metals Group help you protect your family's future. We've put together a special offer for our audience. Click on the link in the description below or call a special 800 number and you're going to receive a safe and up to 10 grand in free silver. That's real. That could happen. Find out how that could happen. Go to colonialmetalsgroup.com/Jimmy-Dore-Show. So colonialmetalsgroup.com/Jimmy-Dore-Show or call 888-910-14.
Weird when there's no Mexican music. How did that link to that? Whatever. Wow, barely. Put that. Put that. Put that. Should I make another cast screw maker? Just for rotors? Man, it takes that long to make a box. Consumption actually almost hit production. Do I even need smart plating anymore? Used in something. Well, no reason to stop it then, I guess. Damn. Jimmy, come on.
Cop got shot. Why are they using past it? Oh my God, the cops shot each other. Oh my God. Every single time you hear the media, especially local news, talk about a police being shot in passive voice or a bystander being shot in passive voice as though bullets just materialized out of nowhere, know that there was a cop who pulled the fucking trigger. And yes, lo and behold, a bystander that was shot by the police, and so was another fucking cop. What sparked this insane mass shooting that occurred at the New York subway? Oh, that's right. $2.90 in fare evasion. Thank God for the police, dude. Holy shit.
Hit as well. He helped his partner, put the man in handcuffs, and when they saw where the man was wounded, they started performing life-saving measures.
That's also a lie. They did not do that. The only thing they did was handcuff the person. They shot him, and then they handcuffed him. Okay, shot by NYPD bullets. 4 people were shot by NYPD bullets, including a bystander who was struck in the head. No, Gothamist doesn't LARP for the NYPD. I feel like I feel like they're not doing I don't think Gothamist does passive voice. They're just openly saying, like, you know, the NYPD shot 4 people. NYPD bullets? What the fuck? Is this a new caliber? Oh, here was a fun moment. Earlier today, one of our 4 officers was shot while protecting our subway system. I am relieved to report he's in good condition now, and we have arrested the suspect who put so many lives in danger. I cannot thank these officers enough for their bravery. Context note. The officer in question was shot by a fellow NYPD officer. NYPD officers also shot 2 bystanders and the fare evasion suspect.
2.
Officer and 3 others injured by police gunfire and subway
5.
station clash. When officers shot a man wielding a knife on a platform in Brooklyn, an officer and 2 bystanders were also hit. The police said 1 bystander was in critical condition. Officer and 3 others injured by police gunfire. A late summer afternoon in an elevator. Okay, I don't want to fucking get into it. Several thousands of dollars in hospital fees to prevent a $2.90 fare evasion. Also, at the minimum,
Damn.
I don't know what the cost associated
That's
with
crazy.
like you know, jailing someone for an entire year is in the state of New York. But I can tell you in the state of California, I believe it's around $183,000. So it doesn't make mathematical sense to try to actively jail someone because the cost of that is significantly higher. The cost of settlement payments are significantly higher in the process of doing this, like, insane escalation of force. Oh. I'm wondering if journalists have any interest in doing journalism anymore, or they just want to be stenographers with the NYPD. You're all embarrassing. It started because somebody wanted to come to the transit system with a weapon. Somebody who, as the mayor said, had a history of crime and a history of violence and even gun charges, Lieber said. Great. Did they know that? No, they didn't. They did not know that. They shot him because of fare evasion. Okay, first and foremost, they shot him because of fare evasion. Wasn't there a separate
You don't fucking
story,
know
by
that.
the way,
Like, they don't,
where
like...
there was a dude with a knife and the NYPD failed to apprehend him? Like, I think
why am I
around the
doing that?
same exact time. Here's Talia Jane. She sent me this link. Let me take a look. Oh man, the NYPD's having a hell of a time. That knife they said the man they shot on the L train had, apparently they're now saying someone removed it. As in, NYPD failed to secure a weapon. They also claim posed a serious threat of harm to themselves and others. The Force Investigation Division is seeking to identify and apprehend an unidentified perpetrator depicted above, who removed the knife from an ongoing crime scene on the L train on September 15th. The subject was last observed on September 15th at approximately 15:35 hours in front of the Brooklyn, New York, within the confines of the 75th precinct. NYPD is trying to arrest someone they claim removed the knife they failed to secure from a man they shot, who they shot because said knife posed such an incredible threat to their safety that they had to shoot multiple other passengers and each other. Violently incompetent. Below is the picture of the weapon recovered from the scene of today's incident. NYPD officers say NYPD says officers recovered wrong knife from police subway shooting in Brooklyn. So to recap, NYPD is hunting for a man, accusing him of removing a knife from the scene. NYPD claims they recovered the suspect's knife with a photo of it in his hand. Now they say they recovered a different knife. Did they steal that guy's knife? Is there no second knife?
Guess I know where I'm going back for the oil, especially since I need water for it. Well, hitting up on the 10 or the
anyway
5-hour mark. It's been fun. I really love this game. I might play later. I don't know. I think it's already dark out. Maybe I'll just go to sleep. Yeah. Alright, thanks everybody. Love you so much. Thanks for coming by. You know, I don't need that AI limiter. I need that. What else don't I need? I don't need all that biofuel. Well, I'll keep it on me just in case for chopping or jetpacking. No, I don't really need it. But I will keep it in here. Yeah, I think I have everything I need for massive engineering. Let's just double check before I leave so I can do it easily tomorrow. Okay. Buildings, walls, foundations. I could easily make a tractor if I wanted. And a truck station. Have them going between the two massive bases I have going right now. But I won't. Ah, research complete, okay. Let's see, I can even make industrial storage containers. Oh, I can make a dimensional depot. The dimensional depot uploader is used to upload resources to a dimensional storage deposit. From here, resources can be used by the build gun and crafting stations as if they were in the Pioneer inventory. Okay, let's make that right now, actually. Because that'll be incredibly useful come tomorrow. Because I, like, most of my... What is that noise? It keeps doing that. And I'll even do you one better. Liz, industrial... Wait, I can't upgrade it? Just like regular, I think it randomly like puts on my gas mask or something, and it like does that noise. Or maybe it's like new ticket voucher things or whatever, which I really don't care about. Okay, we just need 10, right? So yeah, I need 3 things, so I have to make these fluctuators. Dimensional depot. Oh, need a Mercer sphere. I assume it needs power? Guess not. Huh? Okay, that doesn't work what how I thought it would. But now I understand why I have to upgrade it so much. Okay. Cool. Wow, with just limestone and iron ore, I can make ingots, which I can already do with regular iron ore. Cool. Yo, stitched iron plate's kind of crazy. It only takes wire and it doesn't take screws. That's pretty good, I think. Plastic. I can actually do that. Plastic, plastic. Upload. Okay, so, well, yeah. So obviously I could do this. 3 and 47. Maybe I can't do that. Oh, wait, I just need wires. What was it, 47? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 3 balls. Doink. Got something to say about that, huh?
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, use the flow, make a curve out of a line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
I thought this was a computer, but I don't know. What are those things? Scannable hard drive. That's something. Man, I'm gonna have to start making oscillators. Yeah, so pretty much I just need plastic. Yo, can the explosive rebar explode stuff? I mean, why not, right? Like, right? The rifle. Need rubber. Okay. Well, let's see if it... At least it doesn't need power, I guess. It's still going. Okay. Well, let's check on my boxes real quick. It's idle. Because it needs plates. Damn, no way. Yeah, see, those other plates just need... I don't need any screws at all. Those iron plates are still a choke point, huh? I thought I fixed it when I split it up. Oh, it's purple. appreciate that. Yeah, if I could have a little thing here that would say like in or out, that'd be great. Looks like it's actually going down. Probably make another assembler now. Okay, feel good about that. I'm actually kind of exhausted after playing this so much. Alright, here comes the 5-hour save. And go! Sweet. Alright. That's episode, what, 5? Tier 4. That's how you get to phase 2. A lot of cool energy. Alright. See ya. Love you. Wouldn't want to be ya. Got him.